Good afternoon. I am Ward 4 Councilmember Janeese Lewis-George, Chair of the Committee on Facilities. I am joined by Chairman Mendelson, Chair of the Committee of the Whole. It is 2:15 p.m. on Wednesday, February 12th, 2025. We are holding this joint roundtable via a hybrid format. Invited public witnesses are testifying via Zoom and in person here in room 120 of the John A. Wilson Building, and government witnesses are testifying in person. This hearing is also being broadcast live on my website at janeeseward4.com/live. Here are some brief reminders about the protocols for witnesses participating virtually today. All witnesses participating in the Zoom webinar are currently listed as attendees. When it's your turn to join a panel for testimony, I will call your name and a member of my staff will promote you to be a panelist. If you wish to activate your video, which we prefer, while you testify, you need to click the button in the toolbar at the bottom of your screen that looks like a video camera. Public witnesses will be given 5 minutes to testify. When your time is up, I ask that you please conclude your remarks so that we stay on schedule. If you have any technical issues during the hearing, please notify my staff either via the Q&A function in the Zoom or by sending an email to facilities@dccouncil.gov. All testimony that have been submitted are available now on the council's hearing management system. Witnesses are reminded to please submit a written copy of your testimony for the record by either uploading your testimony to the council's hearing management system or emailing facilities@dccouncil.gov. The record for this hearing closes at 5 p.m. on Wednesday, February 26th. Chairman Mendelson and I convened this roundtable today because far too many students and educators in all wards of the district have experienced far too frequent cold temperatures or poor air quality. Poor indoor thermal and air quality levels adversely affect the ability to teach, the ability to learn, as well as the health, safety, and well-being of school communities. As council member for Ward 4, I have seen firsthand at schools like Roosevelt High School and Whittier Elementary School, where school leaders, teachers, and families have repeatedly raised concerns about faulty heating and air conditioning. And while work orders are created and capital projects are completed, the same issues reappear or new ones arise. We've seen this in all ranges of cases, from old HVAC systems in desperate need of repair, or to recently installed systems that still lack proper functionality. Today, we will hear from representatives of school communities across the district about their school's heating and air quality issues and their impact on school operations and occupants. Then we'll hear from the Department of General Services and our DC Public Schools about what they have been doing this winter to keep the heat on, any challenges their agencies are facing in doing so, and what needs to be done differently so that more schools are well heated in the winters to come. We will also be hearing from the Office of the Attorney General on how the district can better hold our contractors accountable for improper construction, installation, or maintenance of our very expensive HVAC systems. At this time, I want to recognize Chairman Mendelson for an opening statement. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember and Co-Chair Lewis-George. During January, when the temperatures were especially cold, there were upwards of about 24 schools that were having heating problems, which led then to our wanting to have this this joint hearing. In my view, we should not have schools that are without heat in the winter. I think that it is a primary responsibility of those responsible for our schools and the maintenance of our schools to ensure that there is adequate heat. If temperature is to go out, the heat is to go out in one school as an isolated instance for a few hours, that's one thing. But when so many schools were without heat, it raises concern. What is being done to ensure? Why is it that we cannot guarantee that our students have adequate heat during the winter especially during the coldest days, for our students to be able to learn. The hearing notice for this hearing went into more detail about this. This hearing is going to look not only at heating issues, but also touch on air quality failures as well as in our schools. I do want to note that the record in this matter will be open for a couple of weeks. That is, that the record will close on Wednesday, February 26th. Now, we limited the witnesses here to, we invited leaders from schools where there were temperature problems or HVAC problems, but otherwise the witness list was not open widely or broadly. But anybody who wishes to comment has until the record closes at 5 p.m. on Wednesday, February 26th to submit comments. And of course, we will look at all the comments that we receive. And with that, do you want to call the witness or do you want me to call the first six?
Please call the first six.
All right, I will call the first six. Caprice Casson, who's with Knoll Elementary School. Yvette Spencer, also with Knoll Elementary School. Judith Barrow, who's with Cleveland Elementary School. Ariel Warner, who's with Cleveland Elementary School. Paul Strzyk with Whittier Elementary School, and Jessica O'Connell with Whittier Elementary School. We'll have another six school representatives who will come after this first panel. And I'm guessing most everybody is online. And we're allowing 3 minutes. All right, we're allowing 5 minutes. We're allowing 5 minutes. Who's got the timer? 5 minutes. Ms. Casson, is it
Yes.
Casson or Casson?
Casson.
Casson, you are first. Please be mindful, there should be a clock available in the top row of your screen. Please stick to the time.
Thank you. Good evening, council members, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak on behalf of J.C. Knoll Elementary School. I currently serve as the PTO president, and I'm a current past president of an older child. Our experience with having ballers go out and temporary long-term heating measures in place creates a healthy concern as it relates to the ventilation system in the building, which kind of speaks to the air quality. Currently, our students and staff since January of the code days have been going home early for the past 3 weeks. And this comes from having different ventilation systems in the building, not having enough ventilation, and also not proactively preparing preventative plans for equipment that is completely outdated, or we are making hard decisions because we are also up on the modernization list. So I do understand that we are on the modernization list. However, we do have a few more years in the building and it needs to be addressed because there's also 3 different systems in the building as it relates to heating and air. We also experience needing temporary air conditions put in the building as well in the springtime when we had the rise of the hot days. So the school community has actually been experiencing the fallout of the heating and air conditioning systems going down for over the past year to this date. I also believe that it is possible for us to put seasonal plans in place, preferably because there's so many schools that have went down. We have to find a way to actually do preventable service to know what is to be expected once the systems are tested. And ultimately, education is the goal. So if we cannot effectively stay on top of school operations, it automatically affects every educational goal, whether that is from the leadership or as it affects the direct student in terms of gaining those skills. And I would like to say thank you, and I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you, Ms. Casson. Yvette Spencer? Is she here, Yvette Spencer?
I don't see her, Councilmember Sin.
All right, well then let's go to Judith Barrow.
Thank you, Chairman Mendelson, Councilmember George, for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Judith Barrow, and I'm an engineer, an entrepreneur, and most importantly, a mom. My daughter is a 5th grade student at Cleveland Elementary School, and her classroom is classroom room number 302. Please excuse me, I'm recovering from a cold as well. This past January, during the coldest days of the year, her classroom experienced really horrible temperatures fluctuating between 50 and 57 degrees Fahrenheit. I want you to try to imagine working in conditions of such. It's actually really unbearable for weeks on end. When I picked her up at school, in her classroom on evenings, she would be always bundled up in her jacket, and I myself would never take off my jacket in that type of condition. I was really dumbfounded that the situation was allowed to persist as long as it did. And in my opinion, that's an actual failure of those who are responsible for maintaining and fixing these issues. I'm certain that no adult would tolerate working under such conditions, and yet our children and their teachers were expected to endure it. In my household, I am responsible for the utility bills, and I watch my thermostat like a hawk, and I'm very conservative when it comes to managing these costs. So I keep my thermostat at 70, and sometimes, most times, I will wear a sweater during that. So you can see where a classroom dips below 60 degrees was not just shocking, it was really atrocious, actually. This situation made me feel that the organization or organizations responsible for resolving this problem took no agency. And frankly, I thought that they really didn't care about our school community. I knew something had to be done because it was only a matter of time that someone could have gotten really unwell with this constant exposure to these low temperatures. So on January 10th, I emailed Mr. Alan Komosky from the Chief of Staff of DGS, urging him to prioritize fixing this issue. And unfortunately, I never received a response. I think it was only through the tireless efforts of the Cleveland community parents, as well as Mr. Arias, who is our building manager, that the heat was finally restored January 21st. So we're looking at January 10th when I sent that email, and time before that, we had no heat in that classroom, to January 21st. So let's to reflect the timeline here. And teachers endured freezing temperatures and lesson disruptions from portable heaters overloading and the electrical system and causing chaos of relocating to alternative spaces to focus on learning. So these kids attend a good school and with dedicated teachers and hardworking administration, and yet we are forced to deal with the dysfunction of one of the most basic requirements for a school building, proper heating and ventilation. So this is not just, I think, a shameful situation. I think it's just really bottom line unacceptable. Unfortunately, this is not an isolated issue. I've seen gaps in the walls where the standalone air-conditioned units are fitted in with something like a corrugated fiberboard, which is a material that is just slightly stronger than cardboard, like a cardboard box. I mean, there's no words for that. It's absolutely shocking. So this is really displays really, really poor insulation. And Chairman Mendelson and Councilmember George, I would personally like to invite you to visit Cleveland Elementary with me and other parents and see these conditions for yourself. And I ask the committee Will there be accountability? What is the plan moving forward to ensure the HVAC system is used no longer a reoccurring nightmare at our school? And I really believe our kids deserve better, our teachers deserve better, and our city must do better. And thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you, Ms. Barrow. I don't think we have a copy of your statement, if you could provide that. Ariel Warner, also from Cleveland.
Good afternoon. Thank you to the council for the opportunity to testify. My name is Ariel Warner. My daughter is a pre-K 4 student at Cleveland Elementary School, and I'm here today on behalf of the Cleveland Parent Teacher Organization. Cleveland continues to face significant challenges in providing a safe and comfortable educational environment because of our aging building, deferred maintenance, and a substandard HVAC system. This year alone, Cleveland has faced multiple evacuations due to air quality concerns and days of interrupted instruction from insufficient heating. Cleveland currently has 53 open work orders with DGS, about a quarter of which relate to HVAC issues. Some of these work orders go back to 2022. We have the second highest number of open HVAC orders across Ward 1. We also have 4 times as many work orders as our neighboring elementary school, Garrison, and 2 times as many as our neighboring elementary school, Seton. In addition to our HVAC issues, serious safety concerns to our school remain unaddressed by DGS. For example, the front door to our building does not properly latch, and the gate to our playground, which is located on a street that sees drug use and criminal activity, cannot be safely locked during the day. DGS keeps closing out these work orders without actually fixing the issues. We're told that these are small cap projects and require a different process. And we're asking the DC Council to help us with this process so that our children can be safe at school. As you heard from Ms. Barrow, Cleveland's HVAC issues and facilities issues have had a real detrimental impact on students and staff. The entire school had to be evacuated twice this fall due to unsafe fumes coming into the school from the neighboring construction site, resulting in lost days of learning and risking the health of our school community. These incidents were compounded by Cleveland's aging and insufficient HVAC system, including our upper floors that rely on window units that pull air directly from the outside. The first time the school had to be evacuated in September, multiple staff members and 24 students had to be evaluated by EMS after falling ill, and 1 staff member had to be taken to the hospital for evaluation. Later, during the extreme cold spell in January, as you heard from Ms. Barrow, Cleveland had multiple classrooms without working heat. Those classes had to be shifted to the library. The heat was not working in the cafeteria, which is used by every student in our school. And although DGS tried different fixes, sent out hanging heaters, they didn't actually warm the school, and they kept causing our outdated electrical system to crash, which resulted in further disruption to instruction. Our subpar HVAC system causes other daily challenges, including mold from leaking window units and noise from the street, gaps in the walls, as Ms. Barrow noted. A long-term solution to Cleveland's HVAC issues is clearly needed and would resolve nearly 1/4 of our DGS requests. This would reduce the need for frequent work orders and stopgap repairs. To ensure our students and staff can learn and teach in a safe environment without repeated interruptions from freezing temperatures or unsafe air, we ask you, the DC Council, to help us secure the funding for a comprehensive overhaul of Cleveland's HVAC system. This work should be completed over the summer to avoid additional learning disruptions to our community. On behalf of the PTO, I'd like to thank the Council for inviting Cleveland to be a part of this hearing, for listening to our concerns. I'm happy to answer any questions or provide additional information. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Warner. We don't have a copy of your statement either, if you could provide that.
I will, thank you.
Thank you. Paul Strzelczyk.
Yes, I'm here.
Please proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Paul Strzelczyk, and I'm here to address the consequences of some of the inadequate heating, cooling, and indoor air qualities at Whittier Elementary. These are issues that are directly impact the health, safety, and success of both our students and our teachers. I appreciate the council putting this roundtable together and for DGS and the other relevant agencies to show up and hear about how these problems are really impacting our schools. At Whittier Elementary, according to the DGS dashboard, Whittier has had 191 work orders since August of 2022, and of those, 60 or 31% been for heating and cooling related issues. Many of those issues which have been repeatedly happening and for the same issues that happen again and again and again. Most of these HVAC issues are fairly simple. The heating and cooling systems will periodically fail in classrooms around the school. It means the rooms are either too hot or too cold when they shouldn't be. This is simple enough to understand, but the impact is profound. Whittier is already at or above capacity in terms of students. We don't have spare classrooms. Broken HVAC systems lead to disruptions in learning. That's really the main problem. Classes are forced to go to the cafeteria, to the gym, or in worst case scenarios, into hallways. This disruption makes it much harder for students and teachers to follow their curriculum, and we're just seeing more and more time lost for instruction. Beyond the comfortable temperatures, Whittier has also had issues with HVAC noise levels. Some classrooms have HVAC blowers that have been retrofitted into our very old building, and the noise that these systems give off make it hard to hear. Some teachers have to balance the need for heating and cooling with the ability to hear, for students to hear their lessons or to hear each other. There are other issues beyond just heating and cooling that from the HVAC systems. At Whittier, we've had significant mold growth. We've had higher CO2 levels in classrooms, and we've had gas leaks and steam pipe explosions, many of these serious. Whittier's had a serious mold problem. The PTO actually undertook independent testing, and we identified carcinogenic mold in at least one classroom, and there are other serious signs of mold in other classrooms and public spaces. Heightened carbon dioxide levels several years ago led DGS to install CO2 monitors in all classrooms without much recourse for what to do. Excess CO2 levels alerts will prompt teachers to open windows or move students out of the classroom, but in a 100-year-old building, some of those windows don't even operate, so teachers are forced to, again, move their students to secondary or tertiary spaces. So I think the lack of one of the bigger problems we've seen is also the lack of transparency and updates. We're not able to see a lot of what happens with, excuse me, honey, I'm talking. Sorry. One second. So my daughter's here. I think these are some fairly basic issues that just need to be managed more properly. I think we need to see better accountability, a lot of more preemptive maintenance, and some rapid response teams that can really come in and address issues quickly without having to for teachers and parents to have to run to the council or to DGS to make a lot of noise, because everybody should have access to proper heating and cooling systems and just a comfortable classroom for the ability to have a functioning space that is conducive to proper education. So I will yield back the rest of my time. Thank you so much for addressing this today. And I will submit my written testimony as soon as possible.
Thank you, Mr. Strelchuk. I was about to ask, so thank you. Jessica O'Connell. Here. We're trying to admit her. Jessica O'Connell, also from Whittier.
She's returned.
What?
She's.
Hello.
Please proceed.
All right, thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Jessica O'Connell, and I'm the school counselor and a member of the PTO at Whittier. As of Monday morning, Whittier had 39 open work orders, including 2 for fire alarm issues, 1 for broken water fountains that was opened on December 6th, and 1 for a pre-K 3 classroom's doorknob that fell off on January 22nd and still hasn't been fixed, which presents an obvious concerning fire and safety hazard for our 3-year-olds. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today about the numerous concerns in our building regarding heat and air quality, and the poor fixes and lacking attention from DGS to address them. One of our first grade classrooms had no heat for 3 weeks before it was recently fixed. The class was moved to a different room for some of that time, which displaced another teacher and disrupted plans for ANET and access testing. While still in her own classroom, the teacher had to use a personal space heater to try to warm the room, and a worker who I assume was from DGS visited her classroom and suggested that the heat must be working after all, since it was warm in there by approximately 10 degrees higher. The teacher had to insist that the issue had not been fixed because he nearly walked away, seemingly considering his job done. 2 of our pre-K4 classrooms are currently without heat. One had a space heater installed over the weekend, but I measured the temperature to still be 65.5 degrees on Monday afternoon, and the other with no space heater was 64.4 degrees. It's important to note, again, that we don't really have the ability to move these classes around, not only because of what Mr. Strelchek mentioned in that we don't really have the capacity because our school is growing and large, but also we don't have a lot of extra rooms that meet the DCPS pre-K standards for a classroom. So in situations like this, when we have multiple pre-K classes without heat, we either have to move students to a room that doesn't meet the standards required or have them stay in a room that's too cold. Mr. Strelchek also mentioned the mold concern in one of our kindergarten classes. DGS did eventually complete mold remediation following the PTO's independent testing, yet still denied that mold ever existed in the first place. I'm unsure how they could remediate mold that doesn't exist, and I'm eager to hear from an expert at DGS about how that could be possible. The breezeway that connects the 2 wings of the school had a radiator explode during school hours of October 2022. Since then, the hallway's never been sufficiently heated despite multiple work orders. On Monday, I measured the temperature in that hallway to be 61.5 degrees as kids walked through it. All of these issues are in classrooms and a hallway on one side of the school where we have continually had heating, flooding, and mold issues over the 6 years I've been at Whittier. It feels as if each time one issue is temporarily resolved, another pops up. Each of the classrooms that I mentioned have lost heat or been flooded in the past few years, most more than once. These are unfortunate but perfect reflections of the limited efficacy of the repairs made by DGS and its contractors at Whittier, impermanent fixes to severe issues that jeopardize the health and safety of our students and need greater attention paid to them. We are following the process to submit work orders in a timely manner. The school is following up as needed. We're being told that the issues are priorities and are being addressed, and yet no one shows up. We're told that problems are resolved, and yet students remain sitting cold in classrooms or breathing in mold for weeks at a time. They're only being helped by the reliance of personal space heaters bought by staff or families to keep them warm. Rather than actually fixing issues, we continue to be given Band-Aid solutions like space heaters, which only heat a small area of the classroom at a time and can present burn concerns for kids. Students and educators in DCPS are always held to certain deliverables. There are standards that are meant to be met, benchmarks that are checked for periodically, and consequences when we do not meet them. I understand that. Educating students is important, and we should be held accountable. Anyone who got into education knows that. Yet DGS's work continues to fall behind schedule and below an acceptable standard time and time again. Students, families, and staff suffer as DGS suggests that a space heater that we purchase ourselves is sufficient to heat an entire room, or that 4-year-olds can simply sit tight while another space heater will slowly warm the air over the full class day. If 5-year-olds and their teachers are expected to accomplish certain goals on a timeline, why does DGS get to continually miss the mark? I want to thank Councilmember Lewis George and Chairman Mendelson for calling this emergency roundtable and for their continued advocacy for the students, families, and staff members of Whittier Elementary. I ask that you please once again support our need for true repairs and not mere makeshift fixes made to keep our students safe and warm. Whittier's modernization was pushed back a year, and we simply cannot stand for another year of these poor patches that continually break and risk the health and safety of our students. I sincerely hope that we will see real solutions from DGS and DCPS soon. Thank you again for the opportunity to speak today, and I'm willing to take any questions.
Thank you, Ms. O'Connell. And we do have your statement, so I appreciate that. Ms. Co-Chair Lewis George, do you want to start with the questions?
Yes. Thank you. First, I wanted to ask, I think it was about the Cleveland, Ms. Barrow, Judith. you spoke, I just wanted to see how long, because you said your child's classroom was 50 to 57 degrees, and I was just, and you said it went on for a while. How long did it persist, sort of that classroom being 50 to 57 degrees?
I would say about maybe 2 weeks or plus than that, because what happened, the school administration attempted to warm up this classroom with heaters, and the heaters would overload the electrical circuit. And the classroom will come to a pause essentially, because the classroom, it will stop. So it was really and truly an on and off thing, but the heat didn't come back on until the 21st of January. And we had the school has made several attempts. We know Mr. Arias, the building manager, put in many tickets into to get this service done. And it was really, really, truly very, very difficult to get them in to resolve this issue. The classroom was so cold. I couldn't understand how it could be so cold and they'd be okay with it.
Yeah. And as a result, I guess you were saying your daughter's classroom,
That's a home classroom.
Oh, that's their classroom. Okay. And they were wearing that, the solution was just them wearing coats throughout the day?
Yeah, there was no choice in the matter. You had to wear a jacket, or, I also encourage her to wear extra layers to cope within that space. You could not wear a jacket.
Got it. Understood. Thank you. Hey, that's alarming, just to, especially given the elementary school students, as well, and inability. I wanted to come to, Caprice. I think you stated something about there's 3 different systems at Null. Is that what you said?
Yeah, so I want to say what happened was initial building had additions to the building,
Okay.
which naturally allowed the upgraded ventilation systems. But I've been a parent of JC Null since 2008. So what I've watched is DGS will give us air units, and then now we're getting temporary heating units. So now we have 3 internal systems that are not
Got it.
ventilated
Okay.
together.
Understood. Okay. I'll follow up with DGS on that, but I just wanted to understand what those 3 systems were and what that looked like. Jessica O'Connell, thank you for being here. You said DGS denied mold ever existed, but then also DGS subsequently also said to you they were remediating mold. So could you?
Based on my understanding, yeah. Sorry, keep going.
Go ahead. No, so just help me. I'm trying to understand how that occurred.
So initially, some contractor told the teacher that they had seen mold above the ceiling tiles when they were in there to address flooding that had taken place due to HVAC issues. But then it wasn't on the written report. Because she said she was told verbally, she told the administration, and they were just keeping an eye on things, followed up with DGS. They told us no mold exists. Following that, as kids were getting sick in the classroom, parents and the PTO sent in like at-home mold testing, as well as contracted out, I think, independent testing to take place, and found the mold that Mr. Strelchek mentioned in his testimony. As far as I'm aware, DGS has still had not admitted that the mold actually was there, but they did complete mold remediation, I believe, over the winter break.
Got it. And Paul, what was the initial result from I guess there was a separate contractor that you all got on your own volition to determine whether there was mold?
We performed a independent mold test. We sent it out to an independent lab, using the instructions.
Okay.
We have parents who work in construction and who work in the industry who knew what to do. So we sent in an independent sample that we took in one of the classrooms in my daughter's pre-K classroom that has had heightened levels of mold, or heightened levels of respiratory problems in the classroom, heightened absenteeism, and the report that we got back from an independent lab recorded 3 types of mold spores in the classroom. One that is highly carcinogenic. I gave that report to my daughter's pediatrician, and she said my pediatrician said if this was in your house, you would move out of your house that day, and that was in our daughter's classroom.
Got it. Understood. Thank you for that. We'll be following up with DGS, but I just wanted to get a sense of how that happened and how that unfolded with students being sick. I'm going to hand it over to the chairman.
Thank you. I just have one question. I want to thank each of you for your testimony. I'm going to ask this of each of you. Ms. Casson with Knoll Elementary School, how long has there been a heating problem in your school?
So Noah has experienced heating problems for over the last 10 to 15 years. It has always been one of the main concerns we have going to the table for modernization.
How about this winter?
This winter, we have so January touched the system when the temperatures dropped, which required the emergency shift of 30 temporary heaters.
How long
And
did
it's
you have
been the
the
last 3 weeks. So pretty much the month of January, and now we're headed to the middle of February because some work and some doesn't.
All right. And Ms. Barrow from Cleveland, I think you said 2 weeks.
Yeah, I did say 2 weeks for this year, but my daughter has done her entire elementary career at Cleveland, so from pre-K 3 to 5th grade. And this has been an ongoing story from classroom to classroom that she has experienced where there's an issue with heat. I've heard many teachers complain that there's no heat in their classroom. So this particular incident was, really horrible, but Cleveland has had this issue for many years.
Mr. Warner, also from Cleveland, do you have anything to add to that?
No, I agree with that. It's an ongoing struggle. I think heating and also cooling in the hotter months. The HVAC is just extremely old and a patchwork of fixes that don't actually function.
And Cleveland has not yet been modernized, correct?
We have not.
And Mr. Strelchek from Whittier,
Yes, sir.
how long at Whittier?
Our
This year-
modernization was supposed to be scheduled for next year, but we have been pushed back to the 2026-2027 year.
Sure, but how long have you had heating problems this year at the school?
I've looked back through, I mean, we've had heating issues all of this past year. We've had, the building is 100 years old. There's been issues. I've only been at the school for 2.5 years. I've heard they've gone back more than that. Miss O'Connell said that she's been here 6 years and we've had issues going back that long, and at least more. I know the CO2 monitors were installed about 4 years ago because of heightened concerns of heightened levels of carbon dioxide in the classrooms. But
this winter,
this
how
winter
long?
we've had this whole winter. We will have periodically have classrooms lose heat for sometimes a day or two at a time, sometimes weeks at a time. We also had problems at the beginning of the year where some of the pre-K classrooms, 3 of the pre-K classrooms did not have cooling, especially when we had those in late September. We had a lot of really hot days that those air conditioning did not work.
And Ms. O'Connell, anything you would add regarding Whittier?
Yeah, I'll stamp again that in my 6 years at Whittier, there have always been issues. It's a running joke that there's about 20 different microclimates throughout the school, and if you're too hot in one room, you can just go next door and you'll be too cold there. I can say for the most recent issues, the 1st grade classroom that I mentioned was without heat for 3 weeks. The one of the pre-K 4 classrooms that is currently without heat, the one with the space heater, that work order was submitted a week ago, maybe a little more than a week ago. And the other pre-K 4 classroom lost heat, I guess, over the weekend, and we found it to be cold in there on Monday. And so kids and the teachers were in coats in their class.
Thank you. I don't have any other questions for you. We're good with them? Oh, Councilmember Nadeau. do you have a
Recognizing
question?
Councilmember Nadeau, Ward 1, Councilmember.
Thank you so much. I especially want to thank those who testified from Cleveland and Bruce Monroe in Ward 1. I have some questions for DGS and DCPS later in the hearing about some of the issues you've raised, but of course, I'm well aware of them and continue to be very upset and sorry that the kids are going through this, and as well as their teachers. So thank you for taking the time to testify today, especially on a snow day when you're probably juggling more than the usual. So thanks, everybody.
Thank you, Councilmember. Thank you, each of you, for your testimony. You all are excused. I'm going to call the next 6. Ty Andrews, who's with or from Plummer Elementary School. Donnie McCormick, who's with Bruce Monroe Elementary School. Kathy Riley, Roosevelt High School. Vanessa Rubio. Jennifer Fitzpatrick, who's with Langdon Elementary School. Nora Stein, who's Janney Elementary School. And Tina Brimo, I'm guessing Brimo, from School Within School at Goding. Again, I said this at the beginning, we contacted schools where we knew there'd been heating problems and contacted like the PTOs or the HSAs and asked if they wanted to testify. And so that's why we have folks from these different schools and why I'm identifying them as being with these different schools. So let's see, Ms. Andrews, are you here?
Yes, Chairman, I'm here.
Why don't you proceed?
Thank you. Greetings, everyone. My name is Taisha. I also go by Ty Andrews. I'm a native Washingtonian and longtime Ward 8 resident. I'm a proud parent of 2 children, Terrence Jr., who attends Mary H. Plummer, and Amari, who attends McKinley Technology High School. I also serve as the first vice president of the McKinley Technology Educational Campus, PTO, and a parent LSAT member for Plummer Elementary. Today, I'm testifying to request additional funding for renovations for Plummer. We currently have 30 open work orders from DGS, 9 from 2023, 20 from 2024, with 9 still pending assessment, 1 from this year still pending assessment, and 5 of those items listing pending assessment are marked high. I'm sure you know that the 2022 PACE model is used to rank and assess school building remodeling needs. According to DCPS and DGS via the 2022 PACE recalculation overview, the categories used to determine schools with the most need are facility condition, demand, community need, and equity. In addition, I quote, it reads, Plummer Elementary School had the most significant change, moved from number 24 to number 34. This is likely due to their nearly 10% average enrollment decrease over the last 5 years and a more recent modernization, phase 1 modernization of other schools on the PACE list. However, this is not accurate. Plummer has seen an increase in the number of large families that enroll. This means that several students in one family increase the at-risk population according to the district's definition. The kindergarten classes have grown each year beyond the DCPS enrollment projections. During the 2022-2023 school year, the kindergarten class increased to 20 students for each teacher instead of the projected enrollment amount. The 5th grade class has also become overcrowded, which did not create an optimal learning environment. Also, most students attending Plummer are in Boundary, therefore they live nearby and low-income neighborhoods. Based on these facts, Plummer should rank in the need for facility condition, demand, community need, and equity according to the 2022 PACE model. DGS requests for Plummer have been put on hold despite consistently placing orders for heating issues. About 3 years ago, DCPS faculty facility spoke to a team of teachers at Plummer, but nothing occurred as a follow-up. I've been advocating for Plummer to be on the revitalization list for about 3 years now, and nothing has been done. Plummer requires significant funding for its operating and capital budgets. The school requires a full modernization. Plummer has been having ongoing HVAC issues since 2016. In 2019, it was so hot in the school that they had to move summer school to another location. Repairs for the system are always temporary, and some rooms have window unit ACs. This school year, Plummer has had more than half the building without heat during the coldest days. It wasn't until Plummer staff reached out to Ward 7 representatives and the teachers union that DCPS and DGS became involved. There are still issues with the heat at Plummer. In addition, there are also classrooms without AC, and the replacement window units are not strong enough to cool the entire classroom during the hot months. The heat in some classrooms cannot be controlled during the winter months, and when the classrooms reach 80 degrees or higher, the AC must be turned on to cool the classrooms. In addition, there's exposed piping in the stairwell and gym. The first floor has limited natural lighting due to lack of windows. Plummer also has an electricity issue where they can't get an electric marquee due to the inability to provide the appropriate power. There's limited storage in classrooms, which is different from newer schools. The remodel that was completed for Plummer was only done in one summer, which is unfair and unacceptable to the school community. And it's challenging for Plummer to compete with enrollment with an older school building. It seems that DCPS and DGS prefer doing patchwork at Plummer rather than repairing the school. And although DCPS and DGS may remodel and fix schools, whomever they hire for the HVAC systems does a terrible job because multiple brand new DCPS buildings were without heat this winter. According to the DCPS website, the mission, and I quote, is to ensure that every student has a world-class education and the resources needed to succeed. The updated budget model is designed to support DCPS' overall mission and goal to provide equitable resources so every student can excel, end quote. If it is truly the goal of DCPS and its counterparts and constituents, funding will be provided to assist Plummer in achieving this goal. Based on these facts, Plummer should receive additional funding for the staff and be added to the list of schools on the DGS School Modernization Project. I ask that you consider producing a plan to add Plummer to the DGS School Modernization Project, and I'm also available to answer any questions or concerns. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Andrews. Danny McCormick.
Good afternoon. My name is Danny McCormick. I'm a teacher at Bruce Monroe at Parkview. I'm also the building rep for the Washington Teachers Union, and I'm a resident of Ward 1 and an organizer with Ward 1 Mutual Aid. The repeated HVAC failures at BMPV are impairing student learning, violating healthy work and learning conditions, and risking staff and students' health. The HVAC system at Bruce Monroe has been malfunctioning for over 3 years, creating serious challenges in maintaining a safe and comfortable learning environment. In the gym and the cafeteria, the system often blows cold air during winter, dropping temperatures to as low as 49 degrees. Multiple work orders have been entered over the past 3+ years, and each one has been closed, canceled, or repaired incorrectly or incompletely. DGS has not provided any additional support for these areas in the form of ceiling heaters, space heaters, or manually or closing or opening dampers, etc. The building engineer is unable to access the internal HVAC portal to adjust temperatures, and DGS has not provided effective support, leaving staff to manually adjust vents and use unsafe, inefficient space heaters. More recently, the HVAC fans in the gym were turned on high, creating overwhelming noise without resolving the temperature problem. This situation affects over a dozen classrooms as well, with no control over thermostats in several areas and temperatures reaching extremes as low as 54 and as high as 83 degrees. And as anyone who has ever worked in a really hot or really cold room, you know that is not conducive to learning, productivity, or just sheer comfort. According to our Director of Operations, Mr. Wiley, when the school enters work orders, you must select a specific concern. For HVAC issues, you must select if it's a heating or cooling issue. If these work orders are not completed during the season it was created, DGS will close the work order and request that a new work order is entered for the same issue. But we need to select the new corresponding temperature. This creates a seasonal refresh of long-term HVAC issues that may be afflicting schools for more than 3 years, just like it is at Bruce Monroe. The current system of handling work orders based on the season is ineffective and leads to repeated unresolved issues. To address this, work orders should be tracked by error codes, ensuring long-term HVAC issues are properly identified and fixed, regardless of the season. These issues are actively violating student and staff rights. Our PE teacher, Ms. Hunt, has had to teach while wearing a winter jacket, gloves, and a hat, and has even resorted to purchasing rechargeable hand warmers to stay warm. Students must bring warm clothing to PE each day, despite being indoors and engaging in aerobic physical activity. I witnessed this myself when we hosted a school-wide math event that was open to families. During a tournament in the gym, kids and adults were wearing full-on winter gear, with some staff standing directly under heaters for warmth. The temperature in our gym often drops to unacceptable levels. The failure to respond to work orders in a timely manner is exacerbated by the fact that when repairs are made, they are often incomplete or ineffective. For instance, when our AC was fixed, fans were turned on at full speed, creating an unbearably loud environment that made it impossible to communicate with students. This has significantly decreased the quality of instruction, including during teacher impact observations, which has serious professional and financial implications. The CDC has repeatedly shown that cold classrooms can lead to an increase in absenteeism and respiratory issues. One of our students with asthma now requires preemptive medication before class due to the constant cold air. If left unaddressed, such health issues could have significant long-term impacts. The American Educational Research Association also emphasizes that extreme temperatures disrupt cognitive function, lower engagement, and hinder the ability to retain information. In a world where we are facing the aftermath of COVID and disrupted learning, this is unacceptable. The ongoing HVAC issues at BMPV are a clear violation of our responsibility to provide children with a safe, supportive, and effective learning environment. The repeated failures to address these problems have gone on for over 3 years and have created dangerous conditions for both students and staff. It is crucial that Bruce Monroe and wider DCPS community receive the necessary repairs and upgrades to our HVAC system so that our students and staff can function in an environment that supports our health and educational success. We hope that with your support, we can create a learning environment that allows every student to thrive. Thank you for bringing this attention.
Thank you, Ms. McCormick. And if you could provide a copy of your statement, please. Kathy Riley.
Thank you. Thank you for this opportunity to testify. In 2016, 8 school years ago, there was a $136 million modernization done at Roosevelt High School. This was a victory, a treasured school in this neighborhood that has maintained steady, strong, growing gains in enrollment over these years. It is my neighborhood school, and they do an amazing job offering a very diverse group of students enriching programs. The staff copes and does their best with the HVAC issues that have been constant since the opening of the school to them in the fall of 2016. Perkins Eastman was the architect, and they worked with Gilbane and Smoot to complete this modernization. The owner is DGS. There were multiple subcontractors. Geothermal wells were dug on the field, and a coil VRF, variable refrigerant flow system, which is a heating and cooling system that uses refrigerant to control the temperature in multiple zones of a building, that was installed. They are designed to be energy efficient, quiet, compact, and they're installed to work correctly. But that didn't happen here. So the aspiration is understandable. However, the HVAC has never been dependable, and it has never worked as designed. The DC Auditor's report issued in March of 2023 documents in detail the history up to that point and makes some recommendations. At that point, over $2 million had been spent in repairs. I'm sure that it is far more now. There were 110 temporary heaters with 23 more added. That was what was recorded at that time. I think there are more now. And at this point, I think the building is largely using portable installed heaters and portable installed AC units. The insulation around the AC units in the windows, not designed for AC units, has made those rooms colder with the extreme temperatures this winter. The building was awarded a LEED Gold by the Green Building Council in November of 2017. I think that should be qualified as expensive and aspirational. But for the architect, contractors, and subcontractors, something went terribly wrong, and it should be corrected and withdrawn. DGS has hired a contract, a Spectrum as the CMO to maintain the mechanical systems from almost the beginning. There's documentation there too of what was wrong when they took it over, and I imagine the history of what has gone wrong since. DGS has a large inventory with a lot of problems. But what I have not captured here is the hardship of the many spaces with inadequate heat, being too cold to teach in, leading to a frozen pipe that burst, or too hot and of sweltering temperatures leading to building closure during the summer and unhealthy conditions. We hold schools responsible and we issue report cards. We, however, do not measure the inputs, when the conditions are and what the resources are. I believe the Roosevelt staff submits the work orders and that the teachers and everyone largely copes and does the best they can. It is just not acceptable for it to be this hard. It feels like when you go to the doctor and they try different medicines, and if one works, that's supposed to work for a certain illness, then okay, that's the diagnosis. Now, this has been tried lots of times now with lots of different possible fixes, and we still don't have the actual diagnosis. To my knowledge, the most extreme diagnosis might be that this system was a poor choice for this site, and in addition, it was not correctly installed. I hope that what you hear from DGS is not that extreme, but you need a realistic plan. I'm a community partner that cares about the school, and I have been involved with it for over 25 years. I am not a technical expert, and I'm not at the school every day. But I do think this is complicated, and what you need is the knowledge of what it will take to fix it permanently and not temporarily, and then the will and the money to fix it as best as we can. So I think this is just really hard. I think they have provided the temporary things so that there are some areas that are good and some areas that are not good this winter, but we've been coming before you for the 8 years now. So look forward to hearing how this can be permanently fixed. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Riley. Vanessa Rubio.
Good afternoon. Thank you. Good afternoon. Name is Vanessa Rubio. Thank you, Chairman Mendelson and Councilmember Louis George for having me here. I am with the Roosevelt community. I'm a parent of 2 Roosevelt High School students, speaking on behalf of all families dealing with this mess. 8 years ago, the city spent $136 million to modernize our school, yet the HVAC system has never worked properly. Our kids are forced to learn in freezing classrooms in the winter and unbearable heat in the summer. How is this acceptable? The modernization of the school was to include a geothermal system and a VRF system, but it was never functioning properly. Instead of state-of-the-art system, we have a failing one that has required over $2 million in repairs with no end in sight. Right now, Roosevelt is relying on portable heaters and window AC units, which often make rooms even colder in extreme weather. This is a school that was awarded a lead gold certification, yet the conditions inside are unacceptable. As an active parent and partner at the school, I have heard directly from my children and many other students about how difficult it is to focus and learn in these freezing classrooms. During testing and lessons, they struggle to process information because they are too cold to concentrate. Students sit through the school day wearing coats just to stay warm if they have a coat. Some of our students can only afford sweatshirts and they are expected to sit in freezing temperatures for hours. How is this fair? Not providing a school with proper heating and cooling makes it impossible for students to learn. Our students deserve better. The city owes them better. Our teachers deserve to be treated with respect and to have a classroom that are properly heated and cooled, not to be forced to adapt to unbearable conditions. We need real accountability and a permanent fix for this problem, not more temporary Band-Aid solutions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rubio. Jennifer Fitzpatrick.
Hi, thank you for having me today. My name is Jennifer Fitzpatrick, and I'm submitting this testimony as a DCPS parent at Langdon Elementary School on behalf of the school community and the parent-teacher organization. My family lives in Ward 5 and has 2 children at Langdon in pre-K 3 and in first grade. On January 9th, parents were notified of heating issues at Langdon, and the school filed a work order to address heating issues in our early childhood and kindergarten hallway, impacting 8 different classrooms. These classrooms were without adequate heat, and they had to be relocated to the school's library and the STEAM lab, which is a large open space primarily used for special education pullout services and other related service providers. and the classes remained there for at least 2 school days in a row. With multiple classes of students aged 3 to 6, there was limited learning that could take place in that environment and without their classroom supplies. Langdon filed a second work order related to heating issues on January 21st, noting the entire school was without heat. On January 23rd, parents received an update on heating issues, letting us know that repairs were underway and that parts were ordered, and that in the interim, several space heaters would be provided. Langdon filed a third work order for heating issues on January 27th, again for our early childhood and kindergarten hallway. Currently, several classrooms are relying on ceiling-mounted space heaters as a temporary solution during extremely cold temperatures. These heaters cannot be adjusted by the teachers due to their height, so classroom temperatures remain to be extreme, sometimes way too hot now, and often still way too cold. Langdon Elementary School has had long-standing HVAC challenges that have impacted our school community for the past 8 or 9 years. We've received modernization within this time, but unfortunately, that modernization did not include the HVAC systems. Challenges to both heating and cooling have been recurring despite many rounds of repairs. Every spring, there are classrooms that are without AC and require portable AC units and/or window units. Every winter, there are classrooms, such as this winter, that are without heat and require space heaters for the comfort of our students and staff. Unfortunately, the portable units often create more issues than good. For example, now there are gaps in windows due to window AC units that let in the cold air in the winter, similar to some of the testimony you heard from other schools. What we clearly need are comprehensive repairs and/or a full replacement of the system in order to provide Langdon students and staff with a comfortable learning environment. In June of 2023, members of the Facilities Committee participated in a site visit at Langdon, where they were able to see firsthand the inconsistent functionality of Langdon's 6 HVAC systems made up of varying components, different brands, and controllers. Our parent-teacher organization has been advocating over the past several years for more comprehensive repairs to our HVAC system or a full replacement of the system to address the ongoing issues. This is what I am here today to push for. Our students and staff at Langdon deserve to work and learn in a school with reasonable and controlled temperatures. Thank you very much for your time and attention to this matter.
Thank you, Ms. Fitzpatrick. And that reminds me, I think the last several witnesses, including you, we don't have a copy of your statement, if you could provide that.
Yes, I can.
Thank you. Nora Stein with Janney.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Nora Stein, and I'm a parent of 2 students at Janney Elementary School, as well as the current PTA co-president. I want to thank the chairperson for offering the opportunity to share our experience with the heating needs at our school. The heating needs issues at Janney have a history, which are important to understand. The issues we experience in Janney are symptoms of larger, long-term heating problems that have been addressed with Band-Aids and can no longer adequately be tackled. I appreciate the chance to testify so we can work together towards a long-term solution at Janney. As background, Janney operates with over 720 students and 100 staff members on a daily basis, and the building is at full capacity, and some may say bursting at the seams. Operationally, we can think of Janney in 2 distinct parts: the east side, which was built in 1925, and the west side, which was built in the early 2010s. The building modernization included a new rooftop HVAC units for the west side of the building, putting the units age at about 13 to 14 years. As of last Friday, February 7th, over 200 work orders had been filled for the HVAC issues at Janney since those units were installed. As a result of these ongoing issues, Janney received a new HVAC unit on the older side, the east side of the building, last fall. And thankfully, that side of the building did not lose heat in January. However, parts of the west side building did lose heat. Based on documented work orders to DCPS, on January 2nd of this year, our building began to experience power outages as part of the west side of the building that included 3 pre-K classrooms, a kindergarten classroom, and the art room. The outages were due to an overload on circuits that included overhead heaters. Those overhead heaters were installed in recent years as a response to our main rooftop system not working. And while we're thankful to have them, this is a Band-Aid measure that's now causing its own problems. During the coldest part of the month, there were multiple days where the temperatures in these classrooms were well below reasonable for learning. And unfortunately, because our building is at capacity, we don't have extra spaces to move classes. Students and teachers had to wear their coats into the classroom. Our building engineer and our partners at DGS worked over the next few weeks to address this issue. 1 month later, on February 1st, new circuits were added to the building, and these circuits now power some of these overhead heaters without tripping breakers and leaving classrooms without heat. However, it's worth noting that we experience the same issues once the weather warms up and when large portable air conditioners are moved into the classroom for cooling. While we hope the east side of the building will be okay with the new HVAC, we remain wary of the impact of portable AC units on the west side of the building. We very much hope for your support and help to address the west side of the Janney building. And we are very cognizant of the strained time and resources which DCPS operates. And we want to ensure that no more resources are spent on Band-Aids rather than addressing the root cause. Again, thank you for the opportunity to share and for the partnership and working to address the needs of our students and staff. I'm happy to take questions or follow up with the committee with the work order information if requested.
Thank you, Ms. Stein, and I do have a copy of your statement. Tina Brimo?
Good afternoon. Thank you for having me. My name is Tina Brimo, and I am the parent of a pre-K4 student at School Within School at Gauding, which is also for short SWS. I am here today not only as a parent, but as a former educational leader and an advocate who understands the critical role that a safe and supportive learning environment plays in a child's development. For most of January, our youngest learners, who are among the most vulnerable to extreme temperatures, endured frigid classroom conditions due to persistent HVAC failures at SWS. Instead of a warm, welcoming school environment, our children sat in classrooms where temperatures dropped with each passing day. While teachers and administrators did everything they could to mitigate the situation, including bringing in space heaters, those efforts were insufficient, both in quality and effectiveness. What has been especially frustrating is the lack of clear and timely communication from DCPS. Families and school staff have been left in the dark about the status of critical repairs, receiving no consistent updates on when the heating issues would be resolved, and no formal notice when work was completed. Transparency and accountability should not be an afterthought. They are essential to building trust between DCPS, students, school administrators, teachers, and families. Beyond communication failures, the temperature solutions provided were wholly inadequate. The space heaters meant to offset freezing classroom temperatures were both too few and too weak to make a meaningful difference. Each day without reliable heat caused temperatures inside the school to continue to drop, affecting both the classroom and the hallways. Our youngest children, especially those in pre-K3 and pre-K4, and for context, those classrooms are on the lower level of the building, they had to endure extreme cold, making it difficult. And as a former classroom teacher, I could say, I imagine it was difficult to focus and engage and learn, and even feel safe. We expect better from a school system entrusted with their children's well-being. Educators should not have to compensate for systemic failures with makeshift fixes. And students should not have to learn in an environment that is physically uncomfortable and at times unsafe. The fact that this issue persisted for weeks without decisive action or clear communication is unacceptable. I am urging the council to take immediate steps to ensure that schools receive timely and effective repairs. Additionally, I ask that DCPS establish clear communication protocols so that families and school leaders are not left in the dark when essential building systems fail. Our children deserve warm and safe classrooms where they can learn without distraction or discomfort. I appreciate your time and attention to this issue, and I look forward to hearing how the council will work with DCPS to prevent this from happening again. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brimo. So we'll have one round of questions. Let me just say, Ms. Bremo, in response to your very last comment, the council has oversight, but we can't make the executive branch do anything. They have to do that. So we're having this hearing to bring more attention to this problem and to see what DGS is going to do to improve this situation. Miss Andrews, Ty Andrews, at the beginning of your testimony, you mentioned 30 open work orders, but I was not able to catch the details. Could you give that now? Ty Andrews?
Yes. Sorry.
You said 30 open work
I had
orders and then
to
you broke
grab the
it down.
document that I had it written on. So I can give you the exact number. Yes, it's 93,
Say that again?
20 from 2020, with 9 from 2023, and then there's 20 from 2024, 9 assessment. And there's 1 assessment and 5 total 10.
Yeah, you're breaking up, so we got some of that. I wrote down 9 from 2023, 20 from 2024, and 1 this year.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. And how long this year with heating problems, how long have there been heating problems? Is it the month of January, a couple of weeks?
No, it's been on and off since the year of 2016.
But I'm trying to get a sense of this year.
This year, mostly through December up until now.
And Ms. McCormick, I think you said at Bruce Monroe, it's been over 3 years of this HVAC problems.
Yeah, that's correct.
And Kathy Riley, constant since 2016.
Yeah, since the new building opened, it has not worked correctly.
Ms. Rubio from Roosevelt, anything you would add?
The system at Roosevelt works for a few months and then it breaks down right when we need it. So a lot of bandages have been made to that system. There's no permanent fix.
Miss Jennifer Fitzpatrick, you said Langdon has been modernized, but the HVAC was not modernized, was not part of that?
Yes, that's correct.
And so there's 6 HVAC systems for the school?
That's correct. We used to be an education campus, but we are not anymore. But yes, there are 6 different systems.
Nora Stein, you said Janie has been all of the month of January?
Well, we have 200 work orders going back since the installation of the HVAC units from the west side of the building 13 or 14 years ago. But there were several days in the month of January when there was not heat in several of those 3 pre-K classrooms, a kindergarten classroom, and the art room that I mentioned.
All right, I had a sense it was all of January, but it's just several different days.
Let me follow up with you over email, Councilmember.
Okay.
Back straight.
And Ms. Bremo, you said most of January with regard to school within school?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Councilmember Lewis George?
I don't have any follow-up questions. Thank you to this panel. My questions are follow-up will be to DGS. Thank you.
Councilmember Nadeau?
No questions, Chairman, but thank you, everybody, very much for your testimony. I look forward to taking these issues up with the government witnesses.
So thank you to each of you. You all are excused. I'm going to call the next 3. DGS wanted us to hear from Juan Warren, Senior Associate at Perkins Eastman, Derek DePiazza, Senior Project Executive with Gilbane Building Company, and Drew Roberts, Principal Mechanical Engineer at CMTA Inc. So do you, each of you have statements? I will. And you are,
There, Gilday.
and are you going to turn your microphone on?
Sorry about that. You asked if we can email statements?
Do you have statements?
Yes.
Okay, please proceed. Why don't we begin with Mr. Guarin?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Juan Guarin. I'm a sustainability specialist at Perkins Eastman Architects. I act as an in-house sustainability consultant for my company. I support the 25 offices we have in the US and around the world. I support teams as answering questions that are related to sustainability, all the way to supporting projects that are pursuing different kind of sustainability certifications, from LEED to Passive House to Net Zero to WELL. And I've had the fortune of working in some of the most recent DGS, DCPS, net zero buildings, net zero schools in the district, including John Lewis Elementary School, Banneker High School, Bard High School, and John Francis Education Campus, which are the ones that have been recently completed, and currently working on J.O. Wilson Elementary School and Tubman Elementary School, who are also pursuing net zero certification and LEED certification. I've also had the fortune of working on different school projects in the DMV area, working on projects in Prince William County, Prince George's County, Montgomery County, and can share a little bit of the experiences that we had with those projects as well. I was invited by DGS to share some of the recent stories of success, particularly of the net zero projects. I want to talk particularly about the most recent ones that we've completed, Banneker High School, Bard High School, and John Lewis Elementary School. John Lewis Elementary School is the first net zero energy school in the District of Columbia. It's also the first school in the world to achieve LEED Platinum, WELL Platinum, and net zero energy certification. And he talks a little bit about how we approach design as a company and as a practice. We don't want to have just a high energy performing building. That's not what we're looking for. What we're looking for is for high performing learning environments where students feel comfortable about going to school every day, where teachers and staff and students feel proud of the school they're going to and the spaces they're going to on a regular basis. That happened to also be a very high efficient energy performing building. It's a concept that we've kind of like branded as net positive education, and it's using a very high performing design as an excuse to generate a high performing learning environment, a space for kids to feel safe and to perform at a high level. And that happens way before we start doing the design, way before we start developing the design. We have a research practice in our company that does a lot of pre-occupancy and post-occupancy studies. We go to the existing building, understand concepts like air quality, CO2, performance, temperature, relative humidity, acoustics, daylight. We take those measurements from the existing schools. We try to set up benchmarks. And once we set up those benchmarks, we meet with our MEP partner engineers, such as CMTA, to select the best mechanical systems for the project. We take a lot of factors into consideration, such as first cost, which is a very important consideration, but we also run a life cycle analysis to understand what is the best system for the building. What is the best system that's going to generate the least amount of maintenance, the least amount of changes, that it's going to represent the least amount of operational cost for DGS over the course of 60 years. Once we've selected the system, our goal is to make sure that we optimize that system as much as possible by doing our part, by optimizing the architecture of the building. We work hand in hand with our mechanical and MEP partners to try to model the performance of the buildings. We use energy modeling a lot as a tool to determine how the building is going to operate. We work hand in hand with DGS, DCPS, and the school communities to understand how they're going to be operating those buildings. And based on the architectural design decisions that we make, we try to kind of like capture the savings from those decisions. And net zero building is going to require probably a little bit more insulation than your typical building, a little bit like higher performing windows than your typical building. And that's probably going to represent added cost to the building. We work with our MEP engineers to try to capture those added costs in terms of reducing mechanical systems through energy modeling. So if my window is going to be a little bit more expensive, I'm going to try to capture the savings that I'm getting from using that higher performing window by having smaller mechanical systems. And then we also try to optimize the building during design, try to use the right amount of windows, try to use work with our acoustical consultants so that the systems that we're selecting are not noisy in the core learning spaces. We work with commissioning agents, trying to make sure that the systems are fully optimized and commissioned by the end of construction. And then for the net zero part, we've been tracking these buildings for the last 2.5 years. We have a chart that tracks on a monthly basis how much energy the building is consuming, how much energy the building is generating, and try to identify on a monthly basis how any red flag that might be happening in the building. This is something that we have to do because all of this information is going to have to be submitted to an entity that's going to have to certify this building as a net zero energy. And if we identify a flaw or a red flag, we communicate that to DGS, and DGS is going to address that issue accordingly on this building. So that's a little bit of the behind the curtains that happens during the design part of the project. And from an architectural standpoint, some of the things that we do to select the systems for these buildings.
Thank you. Mr. Piazza?
Yeah, thank you. So my name is Derek DiPiazza, a senior project executive with Gilbane Building Company. My firm in our local office has done over the past, we've worked with the district for at least 40 years, recently completing projects such as John Lewis, Goading, Whitlock, McMillan, and on the school side, we are currently under contract for the borough swing space, and we are currently in design on Drew Elementary, as well as doing the demolition for the archives project over at UDC. In conjunction with that, I also oversee a lot of the local jurisdictions, school projects from Loudoun County, Alexandria, Arlington, Prince George. We have projects in Montgomery County. I say all that to provide a little context. What we are seeing on those projects as far as geothermal and the types of mechanical systems are moving into alignment with what is happening within the district, right? So I'm going to try to jam 30 months of construction into about 4 minutes in our process here and where we go. So from the very beginning, what we do, we try to bring on our mechanical contractors early. We pre-qualify them based on their experience on the relevant systems that we believe are going to be in the building, their safety record, to be quite frank, and their availability to make sure that they can prosecute the work when needed to be. So once that happens and we get into construction, well, I shouldn't say that. Before we get into construction, we have them also do a review of the design as it's making its way through the design development and CDs and ultimately through the permit and the building set. And in that process, what we do is we try to optimize some of those components that Juan was talking about so that we can make things as standard as possible across the different facilities and make them easier to maintain. So once we are into construction, our process is basically what we do is we bring everybody in. We review the standards that are outlined in the ed spec, as well as the project documents. We call that our preparatory meeting, right? It's before any work begins. We review all the QC procedures, and that's with all entities involved, from the designers to the third-party commissioning agents and the TAB, as well as our installers. And so once that happens, we get out into the field, and what we do is we do an initial meeting for quality. So that basically means that the work's been underway for a couple of days. We review those components in the construction to make sure it's in compliance with those standards that are set forth. Once that is done, we continue through construction, and basically we verify that through follow-up meetings and follow-on phase QC checklists, right? So I say all that to then get to when we're towards the end of the job. And the testing and balancing of the actual system. And from a high level, all that means is that there is a third party that will come on once the systems are basically started up and running. And he or she will go through the building, adjusting a series of valves and controls to make sure that the airflow, the heating, the cooling, the water, and electrical components are balancing and providing what is required to the space per the design parameters set forward by mechanical engineers. Once that process is done, there's a report that is provided. It will be turned over to the engineers to review. If there is deficiencies, they are identified, they are corrected, and in some cases where a modification might need to be made, that happens as well. In conjunction with that, a separate third party, commissioning agent, is working hand in hand on the project as well, with our mechanical team and our construction oversight team. And what they are doing is they do a series of checks, right? One is a pre-functional check. And basically what that is before a system is turned on or a piece of equipment, each individual piece of equipment that's turned on, it will, they will verify that the components are, the electrical components are landed, that before startup, the things that are supposed to be done are done properly. After that, we go into functional performance test for those pieces of equipment, and we verify that it's doing what it's supposed to be done. And then finally, in that commissioning process, we do performance verification, and that's where the entire system is tested and verified that it is in compliance with the documents. During that process, once it's completed, what we do is we do a series of trainings with the DGS facilities to walk through the building, go through the components of it, train them on the maintenance of it, and the operation and of how the systems work with each other. That gets us to turnover, and that commences the 1-year warranty period typically on all of the DGS projects. In that process, in the warranties, basically a meeting is held. People are identified as primary points of contact in Salesforce. And so when an item is opened up by DCPS, it goes into the system. It is vetted by DGS PM, and then it gets assigned, if it is a warranty item, for us to come in and respond to. In extreme cases, if it's something that's relatively urgent, the building engineer will contact us directly. It will still go through Salesforce, but then we will respond immediately. And so from a high level, from start to finish, that's ultimately the process.
Thank you, Mr. DiPiazza. Mr. Roberts?
Afternoon, y'all. Thank you for allowing me to testify here today. My name is Drew Roberts. I'm a mechanical engineer, professional engineer, principal of CMTA out of our Richmond, Virginia office. And my most recent experience with DCPS may be limited to a recent equipment replacement, Marie Reed, but I have lots of experience around, and CMTA has lots of experience with DCPS directly on these jobs that Juan is talking about, such as Bard, Banneker, and John Lewis. I have, as I was saying, lots of experience around the DMV region, from Loudoun to Alexandria, Arlington, Baltimore City Public Schools, kind of that whole sphere of districts and counties there. And I would say that DCPS is helping lead and kind of set the expectations for these new buildings about what energy efficiency can be, but not only that, what a healthy, vibrant learning environment can be. And I can say that those buildings that we've done in the recent past with DCPS are really embodying that. CMTA has been designing high-performance geothermal systems for 25 years. And what we've done is kind of try to take a look at it holistically from a data-driven perspective. And we got to like, hey, how do we reduce operational costs, make the systems easy to maintain, which means they're going to be maintained more readily, and reduce the maintenance cost to the system? Where do we get? So we kind of done this, as I said, over the last 25 years, and kind of zeroed in on geothermal being that system that is steady, constant, easy to maintain, to start up, to commission, to keep functioning, so the students and educators can be in the building and doing what they're there to do. Yeah, kind of the why of these buildings. Kind of what is geothermal from a high level, just to talk through how that works. Essentially, the systems use the earth as a battery to push or pull energy to or from that battery during whatever season it is. So if it's heating, it's going to be pulling heat out of the earth. If it's cooling, it's going to be pushing heat or energy into the earth. And the reason that's a very energy efficient and beneficial system and approach to a system is that temperature of the earth is fairly constant, right? We're expecting a range between 50 and 70 degrees when we're pushing the energy to and from that across the year, which is a very constant, stable thing, as opposed to what we would design to by ASHRAE, who is a governing body for how we design HVAC systems, of 93 in this region down to, say, 16 in the winter. So 93 in the summer is what we would design cooling systems around, and 16 degrees for heating systems. Personally, we like to be more conservative and design at least to 95 in the cooling seasons to allow us some flex to say, let's cover those outlier days, because that ASHRAE value covers 99.5% of the time that you could experience that. And we like to design down to 0 on the heating side, to allow ourselves some more flexibility on that side as well. Once again, the beautiful thing about a geothermal or earth coupled system is that we don't have to worry as much about the outside air temperature. We're worried about that deep ground earth temperature that we're exchanging heat and energy with. That's allowing us to have these systems that are constant, they're easy to maintain, they're closed loop systems. There's less and reduced maintenance from a water quality treatment side. It takes some minor filter changes on there, some water filtration filter changes, and minor chemical treatment to keep the pipes clean and clear of debris, and the systems will run great. The equipment inside the building will last 20, 25 years, and that well field's not going anywhere until you have to pull it out of the ground. I mean, it says, 50-year system, but it's a piece of plastic pipe that's welded together to become one. It's going to last there until it gets pulled out of the ground. So that's why it's a great system that's constant, easy, energy efficient, and easy to maintain, so that we're not having to replace equipment that's on a rooftop that may be hard to get to, or chillers that are outside, or boilers, trying to work through those things where we have instability in fuel costs or availability, and some driving towards what we have as energy goals here in the district, knowing we have to hit 20 to 25 EUI to be a net zero ready school. This is the system that fits the bill. And to that end, part of this, some air quality conversation has gone on. Another thing that we've done inside these buildings is kind of a standard and high performance, and almost now just goes along with geothermal, is decoupling ventilation air. And what that means is we're going to treat the air that is being brought into the building to keep your lungs healthy and breathing in pollutants out of the building. We're going to treat that separately so we can adequately remove pollutants through dilution and filtration. And we can monitor that in the space to say, hey, we have a space here that may have too many ppm of CO2, or if we have VOCs in the space, we can know that, track that, and deal with that, and respond with our systems that are flexible, reliable, and resilient.
Thank you. And if each of you would provide statements after the hearing, I'd appreciate that. I have a few questions and I'll turn to colleagues. First, I want to better understand what each of you does. So the sense I got is that Perkins Eastman designs these heating and cooling systems?
No, we're the architects for the building. We do the architectural drawings and have a series of consultants working with us, like CMTA, who does the mechanical, electrical, and plumbing design. We work with civil engineers, we work with acoustic engineers, but there are our consultants. Perkins Eastman focuses primarily on the architectural design of the building.
So then, like CMTA then is the one who designs the system?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And then Gilbane constructs it?
Correct.
So I have a school building, want to completely modernize it. I go to the architect. The architect comes up, talks to me, of course, about what I want to do with the building, but then comes up with complete set of plans, which includes the mechanicals, but Perkins Eastman works with CMTA to develop those mechanicals.
Correct.
And then out of that goes to Gilbane to construct.
Correct.
So none of you actually do the kinds of repairs that, like when the teacher from Janeese Elementary was testifying about the heat being out, you guys aren't the ones who are called to fix that.
No, sir.
No, sir.
I think you all said no. I think I heard Mr. DiPiazza say that there's a 1-year warranty on the construction.
Yeah, there's a standard 1-year workmanship warranty that's in the DGS contracts. Now there's there's various material warranties depending on what the system or the component is as well.
Well, we're talking HVAC. So I recently put a new unit on my house, 10-year warranty on the parts.
Mm-hmm.
What kind of warranty do we have on your projects?
Depends on the various components again, right? So there are standard warranties for components and parts that are in line with that. There are, certain components, I'll say flooring, for instance, sometimes they have a 20-year manufacturer's
Well,
warranty.
let's stick with HVAC. So give me a better sense of the warranties.
Yeah,
I was going to say.
Yeah, so for most of the time, if we have rotating or moving components and parts, say like a motor or a compressor, we would push it. It'd be beyond standard for like a 5-year warranty, right? And those warranties can come in 2 different flavors. That's just the part itself or parts and labor. And that's kind of something we work through with every owner. Is like, hey, what do you want to include? Because there will be a cost impact to the design, right? To the construction budget. If I say, hey, I want a standard manufacturer's warranty, that may give me 3 years on the actual component of that fan or that compressor and a 1-year labor and kind of material to kind of fix that there. But what we like to do is push to say, hey, on these critical components that are going to be in the building, say, for instance, on a ventilation machine, those fans keep the air coming in and out of the building. Let's put a 5-year warranty on those moving parts, right? And maybe even we add an attic stock of, we have 4 fans in one piece of equipment. we're going to have an attic stock of one so that if you have an outage, the maintenance crew doesn't have to wait to go get one from a shop or drive anywhere. There's one sitting there. They can replace it, reorder, restock. That's typically how we would like to see it. I can't speak for every consultant, but it's kind of piece by what needs to be and what's critical, I guess, to those systems.
Well, this is kind of interesting because the parts on my HVAC unit are 10-year warranty.
Yeah.
The compressor on my refrigerator is a 10-year warranty.
Yep.
I didn't hear you say anything longer than 5 years.
No, this is interesting. I've had this actually come up before with manufacturers, like say somebody who plays in both realms and does kind of residential applied equipment and then commercial applied equipment. If I was to buy that same piece of equipment, which they have on the commercial side, and install it in a commercial application, that warranty goes back to the commercial application. I've done this before with residential components where we didn't have the right service, so I had to get a 120 piece of equipment into a building that didn't have the right service. Okay, talk with the manufacturer's rep, talk about that warranty. It's like, whoa, commercial application, that 10-year warranty is for a residential application. Your warranty kicks you back into a commercial application side. That's always been my experience.
Okay, so which one of you deals with DGS on what the warranty will be? Is it the architect or the builder or the mechanical engineer?
Yeah, in a collaborative design effort, we would talk about that all at the table and talk about those implied costs, right? Because if you go with a standard manufacturer's warranty, no additional cost. But if we say, hey, and we identify and we would help as the design team and the FP&E engineer, these are critical components that we recommend you get an extended warranty on. And we can talk with Derek and his team. They can talk with their subs and say, like, hey, what's the added cost?
Now, I think you said you've only done one, Mr. Roberts, you've only done one school in the district.
Yes, sir, recently.
Okay, so maybe I need to turn to the others. I think Mr. DiPiazza, you spoke to many more. Mr. Guarin, you spoke to many more. I did want to ask about the give and take over the cost of these projects and what that looks like, but let's just start with warranties. So to what extent are the warranties even discussed?
So usually what we rely on is what would come across in the ed spec and the RFP documents, right? And so typically what happens in the design process, the components will be specified with what the standard manufacturer's warranties are. If the ed spec from DCPS or the contract from DGS stipulates something that is longer, it will make its way into the specifications when they're written by the mechanical engineer and the architectural engineer.
Exactly. So what we do during the design phase is that we develop a set of drawings with architectural floor plans, elevation sections, and we develop a specification set. So a specifications manual that has information on flooring, information
Yeah, but I
and
don't
wall
care about
covering.
flooring, I care about
And
HVAC.
one section of those specifications is HVAC. Those specifications are going to have exact warranties for every single component in the building. We pass that to DGS so that they can review those kind of like warranties and like the different technical components of those HVAC systems that we're specifying. And they're going to provide us feedback in terms of change this, change that, better go for this system or better go for this other system. We have to provide a basis of design that we're kind of like designing to, and then during construction, the builder is going to select the system that as designers, we're going to have to approve that meets those specifications.
But I think I heard that I guess it's an RFP, does speak to this. And
Correct.
that typically what DGS requests is the standard warranties.
Correct. The RFP or the ed spec, how it's called, has a series of components, of technical components that we have to follow during design. And it says the set points that the building has to achieve. It says the hours of operations that we have to follow at the moment of doing the energy model and the different technical components that the HVAC systems have to meet. And we follow that ed spec and that RFP that was initially released to design our building and to design our systems and to develop the specifications manual that then we're going to share with DGS so they can review it and approve it.
Sure, but you're responding to them and they're saying, with regard to the warranties, standard warranties, you ever push back on that? Say we want a longer warranty?
I wouldn't say necessarily that we push back on it. I'd say we call attention to certain things when we believe it relevant. It is a cost, right? There's a cost benefit to it, right? And again, a quick and easy example. I know we're talking about HVAC, but roofing is always a typical one, right? You see big specifications and warranties required on roofs for obvious reasons, right? And so typically the DGS standard is more than what the industry standard is, for instance, And so when we are procuring those subcontractors to perform that work and provide those warranties, they are bought to that specification. And then at the end of the day, when the project's over, done and commissioned and turned over, they provide those warranty documents over. We provide them to DGS for record. And then when something is in violation of those warranties, it triggers those folks into action.
Let me turn to colleagues. Councilmember Lewis George, do you have any questions?
I do. Mr. DiPiazza, thank you for your testimony. As you know, I don't know how it works with Gilbane Smoot. That's the same thing, right? I'm not
It's a JV.
It's JV, okay. You all are one of the entities of the design builder joint venture for Roosevelt High School. You heard public witnesses testimony about Roosevelt HVAC issues continue all these years later. As you know, it was a $136 million renovation in 2016. So you probably know where I'm going with this. Given the amount and the extent of the issues the HVAC system still has, the question was posed on whether the VRF system was installed incorrectly or if the VRF system was the wrong choice for the building of Roosevelt's size. In your professional opinion, should a VRF system been installed at Roosevelt High School?
Time and forgive me.
We're having a problem with the mic. Can you, the other two of you, turn your microphones off? No, your microphone was fine. Just turn yours off.
Okay.
Excellent.
Thank you.
They didn't want you to speak.
Yeah, that happens. So in my professional opinion at the time, and forgive me because I wasn't with Gilbane when that project happened, but I've come on and I've done a little bit of research and reading on it. So at the time, I believe that was the right system to the point that there were some issues on the installation of that. My understanding on that is that that VRF system was constructed using a ProPress system at the time, with which the industry has now determined is not satisfactory.
That's
correct?
right.
Yeah, correct. And so once that was determined, our company and the installing contractors went out there under warranty and switched those connections, right? They went to braze connections and made those repairs. My understanding on that is that for a period of time that worked and solved the problem. But after that, obviously, the system has had, as stated today, I can't necessarily, testify to it in so much that I wasn't there, but that it's had some issues since. So that's.
Have you seen or heard of similarly sort of chronically failing VRF systems? If so, how would you recommend they be fully replaced without a complete building modernization?
Good question.
Or is that even possible?
Yeah, they are possible, right? And so if it's chronically failing, yes, they can be changed. I would lean on Drew to tell me what the proper solution on that would be, right? For his design expertise, we're obviously on the construction side. We have seen it in certain older generations of that VRF system. And when I say older in generation, around 2015s in the VRF world would be considered older for that type of system.
For that type of system.
Yeah.
Drew, can you weigh in here?
Yeah, certainly. And to that experience, we're going through this right now with Baltimore City Public Schools. We started doing some studies kind of for similar problems I've been hearing about here today. One started with the geothermal system and completed that one on to the next one, which is 5 VRF schools. And so not that they are bad systems, every system can have an application in a place, but on a wide-reaching building, schools can be, they become hard to manage sometimes from installation and maintenance perspective. They can be. It's a complex system, right? There's a lot of refrigerant, oil mixed in with that refrigerant that has to make its way back to critical components. And if those systems aren't installed exactly properly, they can really suffer, right? They can tear themselves apart and have degraded lifetime, and they can also have degraded performance.
That's where we are. That's where we are with Roosevelt. So
and that's not uncommon.
Would the recommendation I guess this is happening in Baltimore. What happens when that happens with these systems? Are schools having to be completely remodernized as a result of these systems having been initially placed, and now my understanding is no longer sort of standard used anymore?
Yeah, I think you have to weigh the options there, right? If it's, what is the real nature to go and replace the system wholesale with something different? It might be tough in a system that was designed around a VRF building, right? Some of the benefits and why they came into popularity is they require theoretically less ceiling space. So we can build the building shorter, we can build them faster, we can build them more cost effectively. So trying to retrofit with a more traditional Air Force system could be difficult. So your only solution may be in some situations to put in a newer, modern, I guess, really properly installed VRF system. That might be your only option. I think, like I said, we're in that discussion right now with Baltimore City Public Schools, and that could be the case for some of them. Some of it we may recommend that they wholesale change them, but those systems are in the same age, all installed within the last 8 years. I think. So it's just kind of, those systems can tear themselves apart and become problems very, very quickly.
Got it. And so, and then, when you all finish work, do you all still do, we had the issue in the Roosevelt case where we had the missing certificate of substantial completion. Am I naming that right? Do you all still do the certificates of substantial completion?
Correct. It's called CFO, Certificate of Occupancy. In recent projects, we've struggled a little bit because particularly on the solar side. So we've received a temporary certificate of occupancy until we're able to get the solar panels installed. And then there's a series of things that are tied to the solar panels, like LEED certification. We cannot achieve LEED certification until the solar panels are installed. So we usually stay 1 year, sometimes a couple of years after the building has been completed, waiting for those solar panels to be installed, finalizing the LEED certification for the building, and then tracking the performance for a full year of the building for net zero purposes. So for a full year, we go in and month by month understand how much energy the building is generating and how much energy the building is consuming. And at the end of that full year of operations, we submit all that documentation to an entity called ILFI, International Living Future Institute, who's the entity who certifies the building as a net zero building.
Gotcha. Okay. And then I guess with, do you all, I mean, are some systems easier for DGS, for example, to monitor sort of school systems? Have you found, or do you weigh in there on as far as like having monitoring methods that are integrated into HVAC systems? Does that exist? And if so, what does that look like?
Yeah, so I think a lot of that is around the controls of the building can help you there. You can get kind of preventative maintenance schedules and plans, procedures in place, and you can monitor things in the system to kind of help give you cues of like, hey, something may be going wrong here. Go check that. Like, why am I getting elevated water temperatures on this system? It can throw a flag and alarm in the controls, and then they can respond and say, what's going on there? Oh, valve is closed, partially closed. Let me open that back up. That's not where it should be. So I think kind of that preventative maintenance and kind of continuous commissioning, as it's kind of come to be known, can be achieved through the control system. It's just making sure that's set up on the front side and it's executed properly through. And part of that kind of closeout procedure, from at least from our side, I can speak for CMTA, is kind of staying with them, right? And making sure like, hey, we're not just done when submittals are all completed and all the design documents are done. We love to learn from the buildings as well so we can improve. And so is staying there, tracking energy, tracking all those systems with them.
And something that it's extremely important for this kind of net zero buildings, and that it's now a code requirement, because now we got to do it in order to meet Appendix C, which is the newest regulation that we have to meet for publicly funded buildings, is that we need to install sub-meters to track different energy loads of the building. So now we need to install a meter that tracks lighting usage, block load usage, HVAC usage, kitchen usage, and those sub-meters are going to tell us exactly like how much energy each use type is consuming. And that's what's going to allow us during that full year of after occupancy to track the building and understand if something is not working. Sometimes the meters are going to tell us that the kitchen is running wild. So we bring the issue up to the DGS and say, hey, there's an issue with the kitchen. The numbers that we got this month are way off compared to what we had in the energy model. And then we try to address the issue with someone on site.
Got it. Why I have you on, I have a question. Do you know, we have a high school that has a gray water system. It's called gray water, right? What is your opinion on gray water systems? Particularly, I have a school, Anacostia High School has a gray water system. I just think it's just not the best system for that high school, given the continuous issues. What has been your experience with gray water systems?
Um, geez, it's a great system if properly installed. It's also a very expensive system. Something that we've seen is that it's very cost effective if it's used for basic things like irrigation, for example, or for cooling tower purposes. It tends to become a very maintenance intensive, a very expensive system when you use that gray water system for like non-potable uses, for like flushing toilets,
Right, the entire school.
for the
flushing
entire
toilets.
school.
Correct. Yeah.
Exactly. At that point, it becomes an extremely maintenance heavy system and it becomes a very expensive system. So, I mean, Drew is the mechanical, electrical, plumbing engineer here. So, feel free to chime in, but in my opinion, it's really good system whenever you use it for basic things like either irrigation or like cooling tower purposes.
Understood.
Yeah, I would agree with that. They can have a place if you need it, if you're in a water scarce environment. I don't think that's the case necessarily here. And a lot of times what we've seen in the past, I don't know what the issues are at that school, but having duplicate systems as you move through the life cycle of that building, somebody accidentally ties in the wrong one, right? So you have a gray water pipe that's non-potable and you say, hey, I need a water cooler right here. And they accidentally tie into that pipe that they shouldn't have. And you don't know it until it becomes an issue. So in some instances, when we've had that come up in designs, like Virginia Beach Public Schools is very big on this just because their region and their watershed down there. They'll just do the whole building as those components being NSF rated, which means it's safe to drink. So they eliminate a duplicate system. They can capture that water and make it up with the city water makeup, and they push that through it to everything. So they're just kind of backfilling that.
Right.
Yeah, one thing to add on that, sometimes depending on the site, the DOE has requirements to treat the water before it goes off site. And so that is one of the effective ways to make sure that we have compliance with it, right? So that's a lot of times when there's design considerations to utilize that type of system, depending on the site, that's what it would be.
Got it. Thank you. Thank you all.
Councilmember Nadeau?
Thank you all for your testimony. I don't have any additional questions.
Yes, thank you, each of you, for your testimony. I'm actually going to skip order a little bit. Patrick Ashley, if you would come forward. Deputy Chancellor of Finance and Operations at DC Public Schools, and Seth Rosenthal, Chief Deputy Office of the Attorney General. Well, we sell tickets to the seats, but otherwise, yeah. So do each of you have statements, or two of you have statements? Okay. And I asked a question to Mr. Ashley and he immediately disappeared from the table. So Mr. Ashley, do you have a statement?
I do.
Great. Why don't you proceed?
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson, Chairwoman Lewis George, council members, staff, and members of the public. My name is Dr. Patrick Ashley, and I'm the Deputy Chancellor of Finance and Operations for the District of Columbia Public Schools. I work with our teams to oversee operations of our schools, including our relationship with the Department of General Services. Today, I'll explain responsibilities DCPS has regarding the maintenance of our school buildings and how we collaborate with DGS. DCPS is committed to providing our students with a safe and comfortable learning environment. DCPS works closely with DGS and other partners to maintain buildings for students to attend every day. We recently experienced a particularly cold period where several school buildings experienced challenges with their heating systems. This disrupted learning for some of our students. We are committed to working closely with DGS to continually improve our response to the extremely cold weather, and we appreciate the testimonies of the parents today as they talked about their concerns. To effectively accomplish this work, DCPS and DGS maintain regular communications channels, weekly leadership meetings, and close collaboration between DCPS facility staff and DGS building managers. DGS routinely provides training to school-based staff on how to submit work orders, and during the spring and summer, DGS and DCPS conduct building walkthroughs to identify work that must occur before the school year begins so that students begin the school year in buildings that are ready for them. While DGS is responsible for triaging, managing, and resolving work orders, DCPS is responsible for submitting work orders in the first place. DCPS staff at each school and at central services submit work orders through DGS's Salesforce system. While not every school-based staff member has Salesforce access, anyone at a school can bring an issue to the attention of their school's operations team, and a work order can be created to address the issue. To submit the work order, the staff member simply photographs the issue and provides additional descriptive information in Salesforce. Once the work order is submitted, a number is generated for the project and an email confirming the submission is sent to school leadership. DGS then begins the process of triaging and assigning the work order. DCPS and DGS are in frequent communications about the status of work orders throughout all stages of the process. DCPS shares responsibility with DGS for monitoring work order completion. In addition to school-based staff, central services employees assigned to each cluster of schools have access to the online work order management platform and can monitor work orders within their cluster. Principals may also contact this cluster lead with any concerns about work order completion. When work orders remain unresolved beyond their anticipated resolution timeframe, these cluster leads can communicate with DGS to better understand and potentially address delays. Once DGS marks the work order as complete, school staff receive an email and have 14 days to confirm the work order as complete or reject it. While repairs and maintenance address most issues, some facility challenges require a larger investment. DCPS makes strategic decisions every year as part of the capital improvement plan to determine where smaller capital projects are needed. These projects can include the replacement of an entire building system, including HVAC. Many factors are considered in these decisions, including the lifespan of the existing systems and review of repeated work orders. This process is done collaboratively with DGS to determine where additional investments are needed in our portfolio. Recurring issues are a part of this conversation when deciding where to make these strategic investments. One example of a small capital improvement project currently in progress is the HVAC upgrade at the Davis Elementary School swing site. Through this work, it's our continued goal to create a comfortable, healthy, and energy-efficient environment for teaching and learning. Finally, DCPS is responsible for all communications with school communities regarding our facilities. DCPS uses Blackboard as the centralized system to communicate with school communities about operational challenges, including HVAC issues that may disrupt school operations. Families can receive communication via email and text depending on their preference. School teams, DGS, and DCPS's central service work closely to provide information to families about the impact of the issues, resolution, and expected timeframes to the greatest extent feasible. DCPS also shares these letters with DC Council staff, and we're happy to provide copies of previous letters at your request. At DCPS, we are committed to continuous improvement and further strengthening our partnership with DGS. Our commitment to the safety and comfort of our school communities is paramount to the work we do. And thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I look forward to answering your questions.
Give me just a second. Thank you. So, Mr. Ashley, do you have a sense of how many work orders there are right now?
I think that question would be best for DGS. I don't have it in front of me.
Okay. Do you have a sense that there are work orders that predate the school year, current school year?
I do know that there are work orders that predate the school year.
Do you have a sense of how many?
I don't have that information in front of me.
So it was your testimony that when a work or DGS completes work, they notify the school, not DC Central, within 14 days?
That's correct.
But we heard testimony today, and I've heard this before, from schools that they're told the work is done and it's not done, or maybe they don't even know whether the work is done. So it sounds to me like that's a flawed process. There's a question there.
I'm sorry, what was the question?
how do you react to what I just said, which is that the testimony says that process ain't working?
Yeah, I mean, I think, we are constantly working with DGS to improve the Salesforce system. If a work order is marked as complete, the school should be getting an email to indicate whether or not that work has been complete, and they have the opportunity to respond to that work order. And so unless they're getting that email, they should be continuing to follow up about that work order. We'll continue to follow up about those work orders as well. But if there's specific instances, we're happy to look into them to make sure that the system's working as intended.
Yeah, well, over the years, there've been so many instances, it's really kind of hard to like, hey, Patrick, I've got this, and Patrick, I got this, Patrick, I got that. I mean, it's like too many.
Mhm.
That's my experience.
Understood.
I did note in your statement, you said that this was a particularly cold winter where, quote, several school buildings, unquote, experienced challenges with heat. By my count, it was over 24. Am I off?
I think over the course of the entire winter, we did have buildings that went without heat in terms of whether that was a single classroom or a major incident. I think that was where we would probably have to dive into based on your number versus my number.
Well, my number comes from two lists that were generated in January. I think it was January 12th and January 28th, which added up to 24. Let me ask you about new construction. What's the give and take about the warranties for new construction?
So, we work very closely with DGS in terms of the design and specifications of our buildings. DGS is the expert in this area. And anytime that we're building a building in collaboration with DGS, we're always trying to balance the school requirements with budget to make sure that we can deliver everything that the school community wants. And as I think you heard from the other panel, anytime that we're talking about increased warranties, that comes at an increased cost. And so we work very closely with DGS to make those cost benefit determinations that the previous panel was discussing.
The impression I have, though, is that you consider DGS to be the expert in this.
We do.
And then when the building is completed, how does DCPS know what they need to do to operate the building properly?
Yeah, so again, we work collaboratively with DGS. DGS is ultimately responsible for the maintenance of our buildings. They do provide training to our custodial foremen who play a role in terms of making sure that the building is operating. But that is a shared responsibility that we have as part of the turnover process to make sure everybody inside the building knows how the building works.
So if I asked you before about what I characterize as the flawed process of these work orders being completed when they're not, what happens if staff rejects the work order that has been marked as complete?
Yeah, so if staff rejects the work orders, that's sent back to DGS for them to take a look back at the work order itself. And I'm sure DGS can provide more information about how they re-triage that work order.
Is there anybody at DCPS Central who gets involved to back up the school?
We do, yeah. So we have a facilities team that both works on small capital projects, major modernizations, and then daily maintenance of the buildings. And they act as liaisons with DGS to help make sure that we're monitoring and following up on work orders. So yes, we do have folks that they're not tradespeople. They are helping to provide those liaison services.
Well, I'm just thinking, the principal's focused on the school. DGS is a big agency. Principal may not even know who to talk to at DGS. The principal says that, I needed room 102 fixed, and room 102, and is told by DGS room 102 is fixed, and the principal says it isn't. And so, but you at Central do give some support backup muscle.
We do, yeah. So we have the facility folks that I talked about who are in buildings routinely. We also have school operations professionals who are routinely visiting buildings, and we're talking to the schools on a regular basis. And so there's multiple avenues in which that if they're continuing to have issues, that those issues can be raised. They also are the schools are not shy to reach out to contact our leadership, including our chief of operations, Lisa Putman, or myself, or the chancellor, if they're continuing not to get responses.
Mr. Rosenthal, I was reminded by the DC auditor that the auditor's office recommended that legal action be considered as a result of their report regarding Roosevelt High School, and that OAG recommended against pursuing legal action in that case. Just to refresh, the Roosevelt was modernized roughly 8 years ago, a brand new HVAC system, failing continuously ever since. There's a little bit of testimony today. Why did OAG decline to pursue legal action?
So I can't answer that question, Mr. Chairman, because that information is protected by the attorney-client privilege given our relationship with DGS and by attorney work product. But I do want to clarify exactly how the Procurement Practices Reform Act works, because I'm not sure that the auditor, and she may have, understood how the PPRA works. When she recommended that we investigate whether there's a claim, it could not have been a claim under the PPRA that OAG could have brought. OAG does not have the authority, the legal authority, to bring a breach of contract claim involving a district contract in the Superior Court in the first instance.
Why not?
Because under the PPRA, council law, confirmed by Congress, the Contract Appeals Board has exclusive jurisdiction over DC contract claims. Exclusive jurisdiction. That means those claims can only be litigated in the Contract Appeals Board. And under the PPRA, the way those claims get to the appeals board, the Contract Appeals Board, is through a contracting officer's final decision. Contracting officers are in the agencies, right? They're the ones who administer the contracts and oversee the contracts. The way that it typically works is the contracting officer or the agency makes a decision maybe not to pay a contractor because they think that performance has been deficient. And then the contractor brings a claim to the contracting officer and says, hey, district, you owe me money. And the contracting officer says, no, we don't. And here's why, and issues a decision. It's at that point that the contractor could then appeal the contracting officer's final decision to the Contract Appeals Board. And then our lawyers will defend the contracting officer's final decision before the Contract Appeals Board. In a much rarer circumstance, if the district has already paid the contractor, the contracting officer could, after the fact, come back and say, hey, you know what? We paid you for something that actually was deficient. And you owe the district money, right? And the contractor could say, no, we don't owe the district money. We got everything we earned. The contractor then can also appeal that affirmative claim by the district, which the contracting officer makes, to the Contract Appeals Board. And we would then also defend the contracting officer's decision in front of the Contract Appeals Board. That's the way the process works under the PPRA. We do not have the authority to bring freestanding claims. So when the auditor recommended that we investigate whether there's a claim, what she was doing, whether she recognized it or not, was recommending that we investigate a claim together with our client to determine whether the contracting officer for the Roosevelt HVAC contract at DGS might have a claim to recoup some of the money that had been paid to any one of the various contractors who worked on that system. And yes, I can't say more than what DGS has said, I think in some oversight testimony, which is that our recommendation after looking at this with DGS is that the contracting officer would not have a claim that we could defend on appeal before the Contract Appeals Board.
Before the Contract Appeals
Correct.
Board. But is it still exclusive jurisdiction of the Contract Appeals Board if it becomes apparent after a couple of years that the system has failed?
I mean, again, it would be the contracting officer's decision in the first instance.
I'm talking about a couple of years
I
after.
I understand, and I I'm going to ask Mr. Schildkraut to talk about whether there's a statute of limitations under the PPRA and how that works. But
Sure.
go ahead.
Short answer is there is no statute of limitations under the PPRA. Claims can be brought at any time. 10 years would be unusual, but it could happen.
But there may be common law doctrines that would give the contractor a defense, like latches.
Correct.
So building is modernized, systems are completed, everything's turned on. I'm not sure exactly how soon the problems became apparent at Roosevelt. I will just say hypothetically, a couple of years have passed. So it's like everybody clapped their hands or whatever you do when a project's done and walked away, everybody. And the school's operational, and then it's realized that actually things were not done quite right. The exclusive jurisdiction in that instance is the Contract Appeals Board?
That's correct. Any claim by the district involving a contract has to go before the Contract Appeals Board. I mean, let me just. Up in my computer.
So it's a little frustrating to me that a committee of the Council of the District of Columbia wants to understand why the problems at Roosevelt were not pursued legally when it is apparent to everybody that the system wasn't right. Either it wasn't designed right, or it was not installed right, or it didn't work right. And yet, when I press why, there's attorney-client privilege. That's a little frustrating.
Well, again, we looked at it and it is attorney-client privilege and it's attorney work product. And unless the client, gives the attorney the authorization to discuss it, I'm not
So who's
limited to
the
discuss it.
client? I'm guessing it's the OCP. That's where the contracting officer was. Or is it, yes?
It would be DGS in this case. They have their own contracting authority.
Okay. Mr. Rosenthal, were you looking for something more, or you just were digging up the
I was just
PPRA?
I was digging up the PPRA code and I was gonna quote it back to you if you want. But I don't need to.
So what kind of factors does the Attorney General consider when deciding whether to pursue affirmative claims for damages?
So we don't pursue affirmative claims for damages because we cannot go to Superior Court to pursue a breach of
Okay,
contract.
so maybe I misspoke, but
So it would be
so
the
we-
contracting officer that would say, if the contracting officer, believes after the district has already paid out everything it can under the contract, and the contracting officer determines after the fact that it shouldn't have paid something, and that the district has an affirmative claim, the contracting officer at the agency is the one who decides what has been overpaid and why, and then issues a contracting officer's final decision, which, if the contractor doesn't pay up, can appeal to the Contract Appeals Board. That is when we get involved. I can ask Mr. Schildkraut, there are occasions on which, although it's rare, where during the period of performance, an agency, not DGS, but any agency, might reach out to Mr. Schildkraut and his lawyers for advice about problem solving and about the integrity of a potential claim. But I'll let Mr. Schildkraut speak to that.
Sure. Agencies usually reach out to us during the contract formation phase because often, for $1 million contracts, they're going to need our approval in order to get to the council to approve it. So we'll hear from them a lot during the formation stage. During the administration phase of a contract, we have less contact with agencies. We will deal with them sometimes regarding whether or not a modification of a contract is within the scope of the original contract and can be pursued, whether equitable adjustments are needed. And there are various other issues that we may deal with, but and we will occasionally consult with an agency about the initial COFD if the agency wants us to review it beforehand to see if we think it's going to be legally sufficient to be able to defend.
COFD?
COFD, Contracting Officer's Final Decision.
I got it. Mhm.
But we deal with agencies less during the administration phase than we do at the formation phase.
Okay. And so by trying to get more information out of you, I'm looking at you, Mr. Rosenthal, is because you're the attorney. But the client can speak to it.
You can ask the client any question you'd like, and so. I would caution the client, however, about not disclosing any communications between us and them.
That sounds like something a lawyer would say.
That's what I am, Mr. Chairman.
I know, I well know. Councilmember Lewis George, thank you.
Yeah, thank you for the question. So to answer your question, no, we do not have different standards. We do follow the recommendation of DGS, which is the ASHRAE standards. But we do work with DGS on any sort of case-by-case circumstances at a school that might require adjustments. So we do reserve the right to make some changes to those. Correct. We do not have a separate standard. Correct. So I'm not familiar with any collective bargaining agreements that specifically provide guidance about a specific temperature range. Many of our collective bargaining agreements speak to a safe working condition. And so, we have had some feedback from one particular union regarding their, the heating in a cafeteria. So I think that would be the answer to your question.
Got it. So you're not aware of any sort of collective bargaining agreements that sort of would indicate that sort of temperature terms for from employer perspective would make it so that you all are in breach of that collective bargaining agreement?
Not in that level of specificity, no.
Okay. We heard about classroom conditions in the low 50s, and so I guess are schools legally allowed to be occupied when the buildings are this low? Is there a legal minimum temperature requirement? I guess perhaps the OAG can chime in here.
That's not something I readily have the answer to, so I don't know if my colleagues do.
No.
No.
Okay. So there's no sort of legal requirement that we have that you know of.
Not that I'm personally aware of, no.
Okay. Okay. I wanted to ask, as an example, I'm just wondering, sort of from prioritization standpoint here, when there are high number of heating outages at multiple schools, the council, as you all do, get many inquiries about sort of when the heat will be turned back on. So when I look at DGS's prioritization system, it looks, it takes me through first, the second, and third, sort of where they are. What I'm wondering though is for DCPS, from my understanding, essentially the more spaces with cold temperatures, the quicker the heating issue is or should be addressed. And I can see the logic behind that. But I'm also wondering if there's any consideration of the actual temperatures when prioritizing heating work orders. DGS says DCPS can elevate a work order outside of this prioritization at the request of DCPS. So as an example, a school has 2 classrooms with 55-degree temperatures, while another school has 6 classrooms with 66-degree temperatures. Would DCPS request DGS prioritize the 55-degree situation first? If so, sort of what are the written procedures establishing temperature-based prioritization?
Yeah, it's a great question. And to get at where I think you're headed with this is, we, especially during periods of major heating issues, we're constantly in collaboration with DGS to be able to triage and to be able to address the issues as fast as possible. I think it's important to note is those sort of tiers you talked about are really guidelines. One of the things that's important for us to do as the client agency is to be able to contextualize those requirements, right? 10 classrooms at a large school is very different than 10 classrooms at a very small school. And so we often are working with, our partners in the school building to understand what is the lived experience there so that we can make determinations based on, your hypothetical to say what is the priority. Many times we also run into situations where sometimes there is no sort of acceleration that can be done because we're waiting on parts. And so much of our conversations about acceleration is more in the space of contingencies and how can we make sure that we're putting the resources where they're needed the most.
Got it. So I guess I'm wondering if there are other factors outside of temperature and the number of affected spaces that should be taken into account. So, for example, some schools with multiple heating outages may have other classrooms or big box locations to which they can relocate instruction or other activities, while other schools, including swing spaces, may not have additional spaces for relocation. So the question is, does DCPS consider the number of available spaces in the entire facility when prioritization heating work order, when you're considering prioritizing heating work orders? And if so, how?
Yeah, I think, Chairwoman, that's what I was just trying to explain is, yes, we do consider that. And that's really as part of, not the automated process where we say there's 10 classrooms, that's a tier 1, but that is the conversation that's happening as part of the HVAC calls that happen routinely between my team and DGS to talk through what those look like. So those are all factors that are considered.
Okay. I want to talk about contingencies. For those that don't know, heating contingencies include space heaters or more often ceiling hanging heaters that DGS sets up in spaces that are experiencing 2 temperatures. This often happens when a building's central system is down. According to the data provided by DGS, 47 schools had contingencies installed in fiscal year 24 and fiscal year 25. Among those schools, 78 contingencies were installed at Cardozo, 38 were installed at Roosevelt, 31 at Null, and 14 at Cleveland. This does not include those already installed in previous years. Does DGS or DCPS decide when a school or a space in a school gets contingencies?
So DGS ultimately decides that in collaboration with us based on, the estimated resolution timeframe, based on if there's availability to move classrooms around the building, and then the resources. Many times, and DGS can speak much more eloquently to this than I can, we also have to make sure that the infrastructure is available to be able to support the contingency. It's not as simple as plugging a heater into the wall. And so those are conversations that happen as we're talking about contingency planning.
Got it. On the DCPS side, oftentimes, and DGS is doing its job from a DCPS side. Often when we have contingencies installed, we get complaints for like council, and I know DCPS will then in turn get it, that this contingency sort of is not viable for our classroom. It's too loud, so I can't teach and the students cannot hear me, as an example, which sort of mitigates the whole purpose because we're trying to make this a learning environment. In the case that a contingency, or have you all done that where teachers and staff has said DCPS, the contingency DGS has put in place is not viable for our environment? What do you do then, DCPS? Do you actually say that to DGS, or do you say, well, that's the contingency and we're that's it, our hands are washed?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a great question. I think one, we're always getting feedback, and we welcome that feedback, and we share that feedback with DGS to talk about how that we can make it better. In some circumstances, we can make it better. In other circumstances, we're trying to balance the needs of providing a safe and comfortable classroom with trying to balance those needs for education. And sometimes that means that, we'll actually have the heaters turned on sooner while there's not students in the classroom to be able to bring the temperature up and to be able to turn them off during periods of instruction. So there's some strategies that we can also work with schools about how to utilize the contingencies in the most effective fashion.
Got it. I wanted to ask, is cost ever a factor when considering whether to replace a boiler?
That's not a budget that DCPS manages, and so I would defer that question to
So-
DGS.
Okay, so who decides to replace the boiler? DGS, DCPS?
So DCPS does not decide to replace those systems.
Okay, so if a boiler breaks in a school, which is, you're the client,
Correct.
and you obviously are gonna say, DGS, our boiler is broken. I guess you all would have to request DGS to replace the boiler, right? I mean, they're not gonna do it on their own volition if the client
I mean, DGS is
relationship works the way it should be
Yeah, I mean,
working.
DGS is responsible ultimately for the maintenance of the building. We wouldn't have the subject matter expertise to even say that the boiler needs to be replaced. And so that's DGS and their contractors who are looking at that boiler, making recommendations and looking at their available financial resources. We do work with DGS as part of our capital improvement plan about any long-term capital projects or any sort of reallocation of funds that are needed for emergencies. But it's not something that we're necessarily making a decision in isolation.
Okay. So how does DCPS factor in operating costs versus capital costs when I guess you're saying DGS decides we're considering boiler replacement?
I'm not sure I said that we were considering costs in that.
But you have to consider costs.
So again, I don't manage DGS's budget. And so
So you're saying all this is based on DGS's budget. You all have DCPS budget is not even
so the maintenance
tapped into or considered in replacing a boiler system.
So the maintenance of the systems is not within DCPS's budget or purview. As part of the capital improvement plan, we do work with DGS to identify any capital projects. And so that is within a DCPS budget that DGS implements on behalf of DCPS.
Okay, so in that vein, then how does DCPS prevent operating dollars spent on repeated fixes over a longer period of time cost less than a single upfront capital cost when replacing a boiler?
Yeah, Chairman, I think those questions would probably be best addressed by DGS. And we're happy to have that conversation collaboratively, but it's not something I can answer.
But DCPS decides which work orders to prioritize over the summer and capital projects to complete. Isn't that true?
We work collaboratively with DGS on that, correct. And all of that is based on financial resources that are available.
That's what I just said. So that's what I'm saying. So DCPS decides which work orders to prioritize like over the summer and capital projects. So I guess why is boiler and contingencies only DGS's decision and not DCPS's decision?
So yeah, I'm not sure how to answer your question any differently. I mean, we work with DGS to prioritize the work orders. If we're talking about maintenance versus a capital improvement, they're two separate conversations.
When it comes to boilers, whether to replace a boiler or fix a boiler, what category would you put that in?
I would say that would most likely be a capital improvement. I don't know how much a boiler costs. It's not my area of expertise. I'm happy to have DGS, help with the conversation.
Okay. I'll go to DGS on it, but based on the relationship you all have as a client, I find it hard to believe that you all don't consider that boiler, that cost, like the amount it costs to continue fixing something versus replacing something. But if you just say, oh, well, that's DGS's budget line, that's unfortunate for DGS's budget line. Okay, OAG. I'm not buying this client attorney privilege, this, that, because I think the District of Columbia and its residents, we had a Roosevelt High School. We paid $136 million for this school to be renovated. And when it was done, so from the beginning, I have the timeline. So from the beginning, we already saw defects were happening within the HVAC system. I guess your answer is that this is, everything falls on the, who is it? The
Contracting officer.
The contracting officer. And whatever, and you all have no advisement to that contracting officer? You don't advise the contracting officer?
We may or we may not. We were not, as far as I know, that Mr. Shilcott can talk to us about it, but during the period of performance of this contract, DGS did not reach out to us and say, hey, can you help us solve something? Or, you know, I'm about to issue this decision. Do you think this is going to hold up? That does happen from time to time on various contracts with agencies. I don't believe it happened on this contract.
Got it. So what would in what way would we be able to ensure accountability for the public's standpoint? Because the public is like, well, why didn't the Attorney General's office do something? Which is why I think it's important for you all to be here to explain to the public that ask us every day, why did OAG not pursue action here, litigation action here?
And all I can say is, you know, we were asked by the auditor to take a look at this. We did in combination with our client agency, because that's the way the law works, right? And we looked at it, the communications we had, and the decisions, or I should say the analysis we did is protected by privilege and by attorney work product. And I'm ethically bound to maintain that confidentiality.
What factors do you all consider when considering whether to advise further litigation?
So I will turn that over to Mr. Shilkraut. Again, I think it happens rarely that a contracting officer will call Mr. Shilkraut and his section to ask for advice on a final decision that they're about to issue and whether we think we can defend it in front of the CAB. But what are the factors we take a look at?
Well, we will look at the contract itself to determine whether or not the contract itself was complied with. We will look at the laws, the DC code, and the relevant regulations to make sure they were complied with, or if they were not complied with. We will review the record that the agency currently has, so that we'll be able to use at a trial if we were going to defend our decision. And we would look at the potential, those are the three things we would look at, most part.
Okay. Is a factor whether you would be successful in your defense or the likelihood of success of defense?
For a recommendation, yes. That being said, if a client wanted to move forward with litigation, we would probably do it unless we didn't have a good faith argument to move forward. We try to do what the client wants.
Got it. Okay, thank you. I'm gonna switch over to my colleague, Councilmember Nadeau.
Councilmember Nadeau.
Thanks, Fred. Mr. Ashley, will schools be open tomorrow?
Councilmember Nadeau, that was not a question I was expecting to be asked. You know, I've only been with DCPS for a little bit of time, but we love to have schools open and the roads look lovely. And DPW did a great job plowing the roads. So I will stop there.
All right, well, if someone gets the answer during this hearing, you can break the news. Okay, so Bruce Monroe Elementary recently reported heating failures in 3 classrooms and the gym. How many days were these spaces without adequate heat before temporary solutions were implemented?
I don't have that in front of me. I apologize.
Oh, that's okay. You usually have this stuff, so it wasn't a trick question. Well, do you know much about that situation and what the mechanical issues were?
There were several this year, so if you don't mind refreshing me, I'm happy to respond.
Okay. What is the typical response time for addressing HVAC related work orders in schools?
Yeah, I mean, I think, as Chairwoman Lewis George mentioned, there's a tiering system that happens in terms of understanding the priority of the issue. We work very closely with DGS to be able to quickly triage the incident, to understand the complexity of the incident. Is it something that a blown breaker just needs to be turned back on? And so off the top of my head, I'm not aware of what DGS's SLAs are. But it is something that, depending on the severity of the incident, we do escalate and expect a faster response.
For something like a blown breaker, is that not something that the school staff can handle?
I mean, I think generally we want everything to be handled at the closest level, but we also know that depending on who's in the building that day and their familiarity with the systems, that they may or may not be able to troubleshoot issues. Sometimes we see work orders that are simple, just need some education about how the systems are supposed to work, and sometimes we find much more significant problems. But we address all of the work orders to make sure that we have a functioning building.
Do you have specific knowledge of the heating issues at Cleveland that I could ask questions about today?
I don't. I mean, I would rather you ask DGS about the specific building issues. It's not my area of expertise.
Yeah, unfortunately, I'm not gonna be able to stick around for DGS, so I was really hoping you'd pull one out for me, man, but that's okay. Okay, let's see. With Cleveland in particular, just sort of a larger issue, when you see an older building like this that is not currently slated for modernization, does DCPS make any type of recommendation regarding HVAC replacement?
Yeah, I mean, I think, as I mentioned before, we work closely with DGS and looking at our available capital resources in terms of what needs to be replaced. And so we work very closely with them to understand what the recommendation is. Again, not experts in HVAC, and to be able to find opportunities to put that in the capital improvement plan when appropriate.
Okay.
And just to be clear, like there's no world in which that we would see an HVAC replacement that's not included in the capital improvement plan. These are $1 million systems.
Yeah, they're not like coming out of stabilization funds.
Correct.
Okay, yeah. I got you. So that's the kind of thing that likely would be initiated by DGS through the mayor's budget process, and we would be seeing soon, if at all.
Correct.
Okay. Has DCPS ever requested that DGS preemptively stock high failure parts for expediting repairs?
Yeah, I mean, I think, it's not a recommendation that, we would make specifically. It's conversations that we do have with DGS about how that we can ensure readiness, and I'll let them talk about how specifically, they deal with having those parts on hand. I think one thing that I do often remind individuals as we're talking about schools is we have 117 schools that all have 117 different air conditioners in them. And so being able to manage and have an inventory on parts is the reality is DGS would likely not have all of those parts on hand.
As we go through the modernization process, are we getting any closer to having more standardized equipment?
Yeah, so we work collaboratively with DGS to develop our education specifications. And I know DGS has some folks here that can speak specifically about how that we develop specifications in terms of standardizing many of the components in schools. It is something that we want to try and have specifications for our buildings and so that we can have consistent, safe, and well-designed spaces.
We didn't hear testimony today from Cardozo High School, but I have been made aware of repeated heating failures affecting over 13 classrooms, the gym, and administrative spaces, as well as cooling issues during the hottest months. Have you been made aware of these issues?
Cardozo specifically, again, I'm sort of a little bit out of the dark because I don't have my spreadsheet up here, but we can follow up with
Someone
you.
bring the man the spreadsheet. Come on. Okay. I fear I have to leave it there because the rest of my questions are air quality, which I don't think that you can answer. Thank you, both coming from the AG's office. Just bear with me for a second. When you looked at the lottery contract, did the lottery engage you as the client to look at it, or did you have the authority to do it without them requesting it?
So, I have no idea what, if any, role we played in was the government contract section, but I'm not sure that's something
Don't
that fell to-
remember.
Okay. Okay. So there's no times when you've initiated a contract investigation without the client requesting it?
So we don't, to be clear, we don't do investigations on breach of contract claims involving district contract. Contracting officer and the folks that work under the contracting officer, the ones responsible for contract administration, they're the ones who determine that kind of thing. Now, it may be, in theory, right, that there is a contractor, and we've done this, it may be sort of after the fact, that we've determined that perhaps there was some fraud in the contract, right? And the contractor has made a false claim on the district government for payment. In that case, it would be our office that enforces the False Claims Act, but that's different from a breach of contract action.
Okay.
Right?
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Ashley, I bought you some time. Do we have an answer about school tomorrow?
I do not have an answer for you.
All right, Mr. Chairman, I guess that's all I got. Thank you.
Why am I blanking? Okay. We don't have any more questions for you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I would say don't leave just in case we think of something afterwards. We probably won't, but we might.
We'll stick around. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So we'll turn now to DGS. Delano Hunter, who's the Director of the Department of General Services. I don't know if you're bringing some other folks up with you or you're just going to have them available.
No, there'll be 5 of us total. Thank you.
Director Hunter, my understanding is you don't have a statement, you have a PowerPoint? Okay.
If Alan Karnofsky can be promoted to a presenter, he'll pull up his PowerPoint.
Okay.
Thanks, Chair.
While that's getting set up, I do want to ask you this. I don't understand. We had the three contractors who've worked with DGS. I thought their testimony was interesting and informative, but not relevant to this hearing. I don't understand why you would have wasted our time asking them to come. This is a hearing about why heating systems are not working in schools. That's a maintenance issue. That's not how we build new buildings. I want to know why there were over 24 schools in January that didn't have heat, in classrooms, in wings, in whole schools. I want to know why a school newly renovated like Whitlock at the cost of $54 million is having heating problems within the same year that it opened. I want to know why Plummer has 30 open work orders, Whittier has 39 open work orders, Janeese has had over 200 work orders. And instead, you want us to have testimony from 3 contractors about what they do when they build new schools. Yes, interesting. Yes, informative. I learned some stuff, but completely irrelevant to this hearing. And you wasted our time. I'm kind of offended by that. Why?
Sure. We were asked in our communications with the committee that there was an interest during this roundtable to hear about how new systems operate. The team that you heard from was responsible for the installation at Whitlock. we thought it was important that it's not just the gospel according to DGS, but we have subject matter experts and engineers that can answer those questions. That was communicated in our dialogue with your staff. But I do have a prepared statement, and I do have a PowerPoint,
Well,
and
the
we will
hearing notice,
answer some of those questions during the course of
did
that.
you look at the hearing notice?
I did.
Okay, because the hearing notice didn't ask about new construction. It did ask about Whitlock, and I don't recall that any of the three contractors talked about Whitlock. They did mention Goading, but I wrote down what schools they identified.
That was the
but
team that executed and
let's
built
see.
Whitlock.
Several public schools in the district have reported HVAC issues during the winter months, citing inadequate heating and low temperatures within school buildings. Both the schools and the Department of General Services have implemented temporary heating solutions while awaiting permanent repairs. These heating challenges have arisen amidst dangerously cold temperatures in the DC region, creating unsafe learning environments for students. I'm reading from the hearing notice. One of the affected schools is Lorraine Whitlock, a newly renovated facility. Despite undergoing a $45 million renovation, reopening in 2024, the schools experienced significant heating issues. Unfortunately, Whitlock's experience is not new or unique. After Roosevelt High School's $136 million modernization, HVAC failures have occurred. I could keep reading. The purpose of this roundtable is to address the widespread heating and air quality failures in public schools across the District of Columbia. Specifically, it will review the state of schools' heating and air quality this past fall and winter. That's not new construction.
Gilbane was the general contractor for Gilbane for Whitlock and Roosevelt. We thought that their presence would add to the conversation. The council had an opportunity to ask specific questions about the construction of those facilities, and that's your prerogative, but that was the thinking behind the invitation.
Did you talk to them about their testimony? Because none of them talked about Whitlock. What was the other school?
Roosevelt.
Yes, Roosevelt did come
Well,
up,
if you-
and the
if you have-
gentleman said he wasn't at Gilbane when
Well,
Roosevelt was done.
Respectfully, if you have questions about those projects, we are able to answer. I do have prepared testimony that I would like to read because I do think it'll answer potentially some, not all of your questions. I would like to read my prepared statement.
Well, you will have a chance to do that. I just wanted to express to you that I find it, as I said, offensive that a hearing about maintenance, instead you bring three people to talk about new construction. Interesting stuff about, geothermal heating and so forth, not particularly relevant to Janeese problems right now.
Well, I respectfully disagree, and I hope to be able to connect the
Well, maybe
relevance
that's
during my
the
prepared
problem
testimony.
that the council's having with DGS. Why don't you proceed with your testimony?
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Mendelson, Councilmember Lewis George, and Councilmember Nadeau in her absence. I'm Delano Hunter, and I'm proud to serve as the Director of the Department of General Services. I'm pleased to participate in today's hearing, a roundtable on heating and indoor air quality. Thank you for hosting this critical discussion, and a special thanks to the school community members and other invited guests that shared their insights and perspective this afternoon. My formal remarks will be brief, and it's divided into 4 sections. First, I'll discuss the state of play and our efforts during the near record-setting cold spell experienced December through January. Secondly, I'll discuss trends and provide a frank overview of what we observed. Third, I'll discuss our strategy and how we maximize available resources from our operating and capital budgets. I'll also touch on opportunities for improvement. And then lastly, I'll provide a brief overview of our strategy to support indoor air quality. This afternoon, I have been joined by my colleagues to answer your question and hopefully engage in productive conversation. Donnie Gonzalez is our Deputy Director of Facilities Maintenance Division. Brian Killian leads our Environmental Health and Safety Division. Dr. Vaughn Wallace is a Senior Facility Operations Manager. Jenna Bellina is our Operations Manager for our Capital Construction Division. She oversees DCPS school construction. And Daryl Jacobs is a Management Analyst over our Sustainability and Energy Division. All right, let's get to it. Let's discuss the state of affairs December through January. the region experienced a significant stretch of sustained cold temperatures and wind chill. According to Newsweek, the average temperature in the nation's capital was 28 degrees Fahrenheit on January 15th, a sharp 9.2 degrees colder than the 5-year historical average for the same date. This nearly 25% deviation marks one of the most dramatic drops in recent years, reflecting a broader cold spell gripping the region. NWS National Weather Service also reported that wind chills will sometimes drop temperatures into the single digits, with gusts reaching up to 30 miles per hour. And I use this just to contextualize my remarks. It's not an excuse, but the fact of the matter is that extreme temperatures do impact our systems. Next slide, I also wanted to discuss how district-wide winter operations, in addition to the cold weather and wind chills, January presented the district's most impactful snow event in several years. DGS worked around the clock to clear snow, including from rooftops, so that HVACs could be serviced. And as a result, we opened on time the day after the storm when many neighboring jurisdictions closed. I know the dynamics are different in cities, but it took an incredible amount of planning, execution, and heavy manual labor to accomplish this. Now I'd like to briefly quantify what we experienced with work orders data from Salesforce, our system of records, during December through January. December and January heating work order submissions increased by 58%. If you can turn your attention to the purple line on the left chart, for December of 2024, we saw 176 more work orders compared to December of 23. And if you look at the gold line, we saw 91 more work orders for January 25 compared to January of 2024. The silver lining is that we are closing out work orders faster, and I think this is a result of our familiarity with the system that has come about because of our preventative maintenance program. Now I want to talk a bit about what we're experiencing with our preventative maintenance program. If you look at the emergency and high priority work orders, they were down in years 2 and 3 of our preventative maintenance program. And in fact, FY24 marked a 45% reduction. So what you see in this chart, we still see, if you go back one, we still see spikes during inclement weather. In fact, I think you'll recall, if you look in the FY23, the heat wave that began the school year, you'll see a spike there. And then most recently in FY25, at the very end, you see a spike during this latest cold spell, December through January. And I demonstrate that to see that what you see gradually is an improvement and a decrease in the number of emergency or just HVAC work orders, especially compared to the to the post-COVID school year of FY21. Next slide. And then we see a decrease again by nearly half in FY24 of the number of emergency and high priority work orders. I think Councilmember Lewis George, you distinguish in your questions the difference between those two, so I know we'll get further into those. These are some trends in what we were able to observe and just my frank assessment. Plainly speaking, buildings with aging infrastructure struggled to keep up with extreme temperatures. We saw heating contingencies competing with main systems. We even had to provide electrical heavy-ups to support system loads in some facilities. Also, there should be a discussion about temperature ranges versus thermal comfort. I think Councilmember Lewis George, you stated in your line of questions about the American Society for Heating, Refrigerant, and AC Engineers, that ASHRA code costs us 68 to 74. There were a number of work orders that for temperature readings of 69 and 70 degrees. So again, the thermostat said 70 degrees, but it was not comfortable to those in that room. But if you look at a standard and you have a baseline based on ASHRA, International Facilities Management Association, the GSA, that is an acceptable range. Also, what we learned is that in some instances, we needed to change our building settings from occupied versus unoccupied. All right, so that has helped, especially with some newer systems like Whitlock. And then also, we even saw that building orientation sometimes affected temperatures in certain facilities. Now I want to talk to our strategy as it relates to HVAC. If you go to the next slide, this is something that, again, when we know that there are issues, we have a playbook in mind. And this one, I think, will answer maybe some of your concerns. I know we'll go deeper into the Q&A. So boiler replacement, we know when facilities need replacement, and these are just some of the highlighted projects. You'll see 15. These are 15, 14 of those 15 have been completed within the past 2 fiscal years. The bolded Randall Highlands is a project that is currently scheduled for this summer, a boiler replacement. I'll show you some of the resourcefulness. Boroughs, prior to their full boiler replacement, we actually used the old boiler from Garfield to bridge them over until their new boiler was completed. Even when J.O. Wilson closed this summer for their modernization, or rather this late last year for their modernization, and they transitioned to the swing campus, we reused portions from that old boiler. So I just demonstrate this to say that in a perfect world, we replace every boiler every year. That is not the environment when we're with their resource constraints, but we are systematically replacing those. I have not included our HVAC replacements, but we've done a number of HVAC replacements at Davis Elementary, Kelly Miller, Langley, and others. So those are projects also that's a part of our small capital replacement. One of the things that we've done, our second bullet point, is the utilization now of geothermal wells. We have transitioned to third bullet point away from VRF systems. It's important just to contextualize. Those systems were adopted in the Mid-Atlantic region to support clean energy and efficiency goals. That product, VRF, is no longer used by DGS and no longer used by surrounding jurisdictions. If you go to Fairfax, Montgomery, other counties, that is something that we tried in the Mid-Atlantic region. We have not had success with this as a region, and now we're using geothermal wells. If you look at projects that have them, Bard, Lewis, Raymond, Dorothy Height, Garfield, Francis, those systems perform remarkably well during this latest cold spell. And as it relates to Whitlock, we think it's just a matter of calibration because it's a new system. We've made tweaks and we have not experienced issues at Whitlock. And also we've learned best practices to keep buildings in occupied mode during extreme weather. Last but not least, I think there are opportunities for continuous improvement. I do think it's worth having a conversation about small capital replacements. We realize we have to educate the public more on how these systems operate. And we think that there's just ample room for improvement in this area. All right, now briefly, I want to discuss indoor air quality. Indoor air quality is managed by the Department of General Services in coordination with our various divisions, our boiler plant operators, our sustainability and energy division, and also our environmental health and safety division. The scope of the investigation is dependent upon concern for which is generated by the assessments and specific to the facilities, and the nature of concern. In general, indoor air quality assessment consists of visual observations and measurements selected for indoor air quality parameters and evaluation of building ventilation systems and assessment of outdoor air in the immediate vicinity of the concerned building. So these are just 3 components that we look forward to answering your specific questions. I've been joined by my colleagues so we can discuss maybe some of the work orders in real time. We can see the temperatures in buildings. We can confirm what the temperatures are in Golding, in Janey. We have detailed information. If opportunity persists, we can presents itself, we can get into specifics. We know these issues, we know these buildings intimately, and there is a story for each. So that concludes my testimony, and look forward to jumping into Q&A. Thank you.
Thank you. So we had testimony from 12 individuals from different schools, I think from 6 different schools. As I have indicated several times, we got reports of about 24 schools, probably more, that had problems with heat during January. I'm looking at my notes here. Nall has had problems with heat for 10 to 15 years, 3 weeks this year, 3 weeks. Cleveland, for many years, 2 weeks this year. Whittier for many years, periodic throughout the winter, 3 weeks in one room. Open work order in another classroom for over a week. Plumber, on and off since 2016. This year, December and January. When Bruce Monroe, over 3 years. Roosevelt, we know. Constant since 2016. I could go through the rest of the list. And what I take from your testimony, Mr. Hunter, Director Hunter, is that, well, January was unusually cold. That just strikes me as a dodge. What does January have to do with the fact that there have been over 200 work orders been filed for HVAC at Janney?
It is well, that 200 work orders has to be contextualized. That is 200 work orders over the lifespan. That dates back many years. Many of those work orders have been resolved. In fact, I think we pulled
Yeah,
up
but doesn't
Janney
that speak
temperatures
to the
there.
durability of the repairs? Doesn't that speak to whether the system is working right? I mean, you shouldn't have to be called back 200 times.
Well, what I'll say is this: I think that the city and the district has a modernization schedule, and it's for good reasons because buildings do have to be modernized. We are in our fourth year of our preventative maintenance program, and if you look at the numbers, the fact of the matter is that there are fewer emergency and high priority work orders. The fact of the matter is schools are not closing. Some of the issues that we've seen is a matter of, and I'm not minimizing it, but it's a matter of thermal comfort. If a temperature says 70 degrees, that is within range. We realize that sometimes in that building that's not adequate or it's not desired, but technically it's within range.
That strikes me as a rationalization, to put it politely. Really. I mean, in the school, we want it to be comfortable. I don't think it's the goal for a school is to meet an ASHRA standard. It's to be comfortable for the students. And I get it. If there's a teacher who thinks comfortable in the winter is 78 degrees, that's a bit unreasonable.
No.
But to say that these work orders are all based on thermal comfort, I think that's kind of insulting to the schools, the teachers, or the parents who are complaining about there being 50 degrees in a classroom.
They're not all based on thermal comfort. If you'd like, we can go through those
Well, but
schools
that's what you
individually.
said. You
I
brought
would say,
thermal comfort.
well, absolutely. Schools like Whitlock, it was a matter of thermal comfort in some instances.
And in some instances, not.
Well, I think what we realized with Whitlock is that the temperature readings were routinely 70 and 71 degrees. We did adjust those set points. We kept that school in occupied mode overnight and over the weekend, and those issues have been abated.
Parents tell WUSA 9 the temperature inside the building some days has dropped to the 50s. That's not thermal comfort.
We don't believe that to be accurate. In fact, I think the original reporting was that the entire school was without heat, and that's just not accurate.
So your answer to Whitlock is that actually it was functioning fine.
No, not that. I think what we learned is that
Well,
we
it's yes or
adjusted.
no.
No, well, we adjusted the set points to a higher temperature. Also, we kept the building in what we call occupied mode overnight and over weekends, and that system has performed well. That is a new system. It is a geothermal well system. That system has
Okay, the
performed
problem
well in
at
a number of
Whitlock
schools.
started, according to this news report, January 8th. And the date of this news report is January 23rd. So that's what, over 2 weeks later, 2 weeks later. So it took you 2 weeks to tweak it?
Can you speak to, Jen, if you could, just some of our efforts specifically there?
Yeah, sure. So at Whitlock, we had experienced something that is uncommon at our geothermal well systems is the pump went down actually over the break. And there was nobody in the school at the time over the break. So the
there
water
actually was a failure.
Well, it went off because of a breaker that was on a humidity, like the humidity set off a breaker. So the pump went down.
Okay.
That's very abnormal for that to happen. The breaker has been changed, so that does not happen again. It wasn't necessarily, I wouldn't call it a failure. It's one of those small tweaks that you have in a building in the first
So
year.
why did it take so many weeks to
Well,
fix
so
this?
the temperature that was in the well system had lowered so significantly that it took us a while to get to the well system to get back up to temperature. And then, so the 8th was when the issue was realized. Over the weekend, by Friday, we had solved almost everything. And then we got that extreme cold temperature and it brought the temperature back down. So additional adjustments had to be made to bring the rest of the school back up to temperature. But I can speak to it specifically that Gilbane was there every day with their technicians from the project resolving this issue. They brought in space heaters once it was realized that it
Yeah,
wasn't
but,
going to be.
To me, the goal is that our schools should always be comfortable. And if
Yeah.
something goes down, because something will go down, it gets fixed right away. When we're
Well-
talking about something like heat, which if I remember correctly, in the housing code for a residential apartment building, that is like the worst infraction and has to be fixed within like a day or two. Landlords have to fix it within like a day or two. Committee of the whole has oversight of Department of Buildings, so we talk about this stuff. But somehow for the schools, it's okay if it's several weeks?
It's not. I will point out that it was not a building-wide issue. Secondly, I will point out that when you have, keep in mind, uh, we as a city, and I think we all would agree, rightfully so, are moving away from gas-powered boilers, right? It is right for the environment. It will save us money over the years. When you have a brand-new system, there is a calibration period, and that system is stressed in ways that it would not be stressed during extreme
But your
temperatures.
responsibility, DGS's responsibility is to get it right.
That's right.
Now, I mean, I'm thinking in other venues that, something gets tested, it gets tried, it gets fixed before it's actually required to perform. And what you're saying here is, oh, well, it was new, so we waited until January when it got cold and then we addressed it.
Well,
I mean,
I
that's
mean-
basically what you're saying.
It takes a whole year of seasons for a building to be calibrated for every type of season that it experiences. We finish schools under pretty significantly tight construction timelines. They open in the summer, the building is calibrated for that temperature. And then as we go through the other months,
Well,
if there are
let me
issues arise, we have to
Yeah,
adjust
but let
them.
me remind you, calibrating sounds great. The school was at one point in the 50s?
There were at a maximum 4 classrooms that were in the low 60s. And that was, the rest of the classrooms were in the 70s. And those were the 4 that got fixed, and then they went back down again and then were fixed again. Whitlock we also moved kids into other classrooms to accommodate their need.
The temperature in schools has got to be acceptable. And it can't be weeks that it's not acceptable, that it is in the 50s or the low 60s.
And that was not in the whole building.
So 30 open work orders, Director Hunter, 30 open work orders was the testimony regarding Plummer. 39 open work orders was the testimony regarding Whittier. Why?
We'd like to, just to confirm those numbers, Donnie, are you able
Well,
to? or
I know
Doc?
from past, so you pull the numbers and then you've had these work orders.
We have
closed,
them.
but the work
We
wasn't
have,
actually
we
done.
have those specifically. I think at times our witnesses may have conflated open work orders versus the number of work orders. I would like to dig into those specifically.
Or maybe whether the work was actually fixed. I'm remembering classroom 102 at Brent, which, different issue than heating, was continually being fixed by DGS and not being fixed. So I'm tending to trust the parents. Maybe it's not a work order, maybe it's a problem.
Well, what I would say is that, well, the expectation of a issue being fixed is sometimes in the public side, it's a brand new system, right? That's not a work order, right? Again, the definition for sometimes is, hey, well, we want a brand new system,
Yeah, I
and
thought a lot of these
that's
bills-
not
so
a
Whitlock
that's
is-
not a work order issue. It's a
Whitlock is a
capital
new
issue.
system, but I thought the testimony regarding a lot of these is that they're old.
Well, again, we believe in geothermal wells. They have performed well
For
at
new
Bard,
schools.
Lewis, Raymond,
For new
Dorothy Heights,
schools.
Garfield. They're all new schools. They're all
Okay,
new
the
schools.
24 in January, 22 of them were not new schools.
Well, I think your question was specific to Whitlock, and what my response is that we believe in the geothermal well technology. We have had success with that technology. There is a period of calibration, and
I kinda
we've
moved
moved
beyond
away
Whitlock.
from the VRF systems in support of our energy goals and reliability.
I thought
And I think we're in a much better
Whitlock,
position.
Director. I think I was talking about 30 open work orders at Plummer and 39 at Whittier, and I've seen the data before where the work orders are closed, but the work hasn't actually been fixed. And so you can get the data, but I trust the parents. I thought we went through that. So
Chairman Mendelson, we're not disputing the number of work orders. I am looking at the numbers, the work order system to confirm that. But it's important to know that each work order is a financial commitment, and not every work order is made equal. Specifically at Cleveland, we have work orders that range from $14,000 to $21,000 a piece. And so we have to consider each work order. These are financial commitments. And so it can be a bit misleading just to look at the number of work orders.
What's your budget for maintenance?
I would say in total for schools, it's approximately about 58 million.
And I'm betting, even though I was not at your budget hearing last year, that when you were asked the question whether your budget was adequate, your answer was yes?
But my typical response has been that we maximize our available resources. I recognize that this is a city with many competing financial interests.
Yeah, I know, but I think every agency director testifies that their budget is adequate.
My response then and my response now is that we maximize available resources.
Was your budget adequate?
We maximize available resources. I think I will say that we're in a, it doesn't feel this way. And I want to say that this doesn't, it's important to know, like I'm a parent, my kids are in some of these same buildings. And I realize that it's no pun intended, but it's not comfort. It's cold comfort to hear, well, it's just two classrooms or your building is slated for modernization in a couple years. That's not what we're here to say. What we have is through preventative maintenance, our issues are a tenth of what they were 5 or 6 years ago. Preventative maintenance works. We probably want to get to a point as a city where we get to more predictive maintenance. That is a major financial commitment, and that is a worthy conversation.
That's fine, but I don't think that until you do the preventive maintenance on all 117 DCPS schools, I'm kind of more interested in what you're doing to fix these schools. The boiler issue at a particular school, fixing it now, regardless of the preventive maintenance program that may get to Langdon in a year or two. Speaking of Langdon, so I see 3 work orders. First floor ECE hallway, room 1, high priority. First floor ECE hallway, it's a different room, high priority. Entire school without heat, routine priority. Why is the work order 809108, entire school without heat, classified as routine, and 2 ECE rooms, each categorized as high priority?
All right, we can pull up that specific information. If you just give us a second for Langdon. 809108.
So this was actually listed as a emergency, and it's related to a Daikin system, which is a VRF system. And it's related to a leak in the refrigerant.
809108 is emergency?
809108, the priority is emergency.
Then why were we given data that says routine?
Well, we can confirm because the entire school is not out. We can't confirm that. We have temperatures, and I'm pulling up my temperatures for Langdon.
You're not on a microphone, and you should identify yourself.
So for Langdon, currently it's 51 zones. 29% of the zones, 29 zones are in the proper range, which is normal. We have 13 zones, which is 25% of the site, which they consider that overheating. And we have 9 zones, which is 18% that they say they're in the cool range. And that's because the temperature looks like it's 68 degrees in some of those classrooms or areas.
Right, that doesn't sound great. By the way, my data here comes from the public dashboard. So if the data is not accurate, classified as routine, that's what you're telling the public.
That's right. So that would be.
That's okay?
No, that is appropriately classified as a routine class or as a routine work order.
Entire school without heat. This is what
That's not.
you
but
put on the public dashboard. Entire school without heat. Routine. Classroom 1, high priority. That's what you put on the dashboard. The point of the dashboard is to better inform the public what's going on. You do get that this is crazy, that this is just crazy. Students are entitled to a quality education, which they cannot get if they have to wear winter coats in a classroom. And if it happens for an hour in a day, once every couple of years in a school, maybe that's okay. But when it happens for the entire month of January, which was testimony we got, or 200 times over the last, 10 years with Jenny, that's not acceptable. I just don't get it. I just don't get it. And when I press you on this, it's stuff, well, let's talk about how we're doing geothermal in new construction. That's not responsive to what this hearing is about. And when you're talking about, you talked about geothermal in response to my questions about Whittier and Plummer, that's just not responsive. Schools are supposed to be in decent condition for kids to learn, and DGS is responsible for it. One last question, Roosevelt. So the testimony we got is that it's your contracting officer who, my characterization, messed up so that we cannot sue. Or maybe it's we can't sue because the specs or the contractor, something got messed up. I introduced a bill several years ago that DGS should no longer have independent contracting authority. Please tell me in the context of Roosevelt, why DGS should have independent contracting authority.
What I would say is that if you look at I'm hesitant to discuss Roosevelt specifically. What I can say is.
Because we don't want to have public accountability about $120 million screw up?
What I'll say is that the auditor rather, requested that OAG specifically look into that school. And OAG's opinion was that a claim before the Contract Appeal Board would be unsuccessful. And that informed our decision.
Why? Why would it be unsuccessful? The heating failures at Roosevelt, are they acceptable?
Absolutely.
They are acceptable.
They are unacceptable.
They're unacceptable. Okay, so then why is it okay that we don't have a claim?
I think that
says to
the
me
auditor,
that we screwed up somewhere.
I don't think so. What I would say is that the auditor requested that OAG look at the claim and to see if we would have a successful appeal
My
before
question
CAB,
has
and it was
nothing
not.
to do with the auditor's recommendation. My question has to do with why it is that the heating is not working, the HVAC is not working at Roosevelt. And I'm not looking for a technical answer. I'm looking for it didn't get installed right. And so what are we doing about it? And apparently we messed it up so that we don't have a claim. Why is that acceptable?
I can speak to some of our more recent efforts and recent capital projects to get Roosevelt in better condition.
Well, that hasn't worked, has it?
We have seen progress. Jen, if you could, you speak to the work that was
The
completed
HVAC
over the summer.
system at Roosevelt is now working, period, full stop?
No, I can't say that the system is fully functioning as designed.
Okay, this is exasperating. Councilmember Lewis George?
Thank you.
Are you referring to HVAC temperatures? But so not all schools, but a number of schools have what we call built-in automation systems. There are some constraints to some of our older systems where we cannot monitor in those sites, but with new modernizations, it's been standard. It is a new spec, so no new systems, no new schools would be constructed without that building automation system. Oh, when I say new systems, meaning schools that have been completed maybe the last 10 to 15 years? Yeah, a 10 to 15-year period. There is, yes, there is a functioning BAS. Mhm. That's correct. That's correct.
Okay, sorry. I keep not talking in the microphone. I'm loud. Can the monitoring methods be added to older systems, or do they have to be installed when the HVAC system is?
There are some system challenges. Jenna, can you speak to those?
Yeah, some of the oldest systems in the buildings that are still, say, on steam heat, they wouldn't give us that level of control with the BAS system
Okay.
and can't get into that connection. So those schools are mostly ones that are up for modernization
Got
though
it.
on the pace list. So we are basically every year new schools get added, even when we're doing small capital replacement projects or modernization. So not just when we're doing modernizations. And then we're also integrating each of the BAS into an overall system called IntelliWeb that is visible for us from remote locations.
Okay, so then besides the schools that are on the pace list to be modernized, DGS does or does not have the ability to know in the moment the current temperature in every room of every school?
Not in every room in every school, just based on which ones have those systems in place already remotely.
Remotely?
Yeah, remotely. Yeah.
Okay.
So those schools unfortunately do rely a lot on work order specifics.
Right, that's why because that's
Exactly
the issue. Okay,
Yeah,
got you.
Yeah.
So how many schools do we have this capability?
Ooh, probably about half.
Okay.
If you know for sure.
I would say out of the 117 schools, we probably have about 80 schools, probably a little more than that have the capability of type of system that you're talking about. So we're able to look online to see. We also have alarms set up for certain things that we need to check out.
Got it. Okay. And so tell me when a space's thermal comfort sort of goes out of the normal range, is DGS's response different depending on the monitoring system?
Different than the monitoring system. So theoretically, a classroom goes into alarm for a high temperature, low temperature. It's captured, and then we have a outside party who monitors that, and then he'll be able to say yeah or nay if that's actually true.
Got you. Okay. So, so you say a school, we knew we have this spike. We have this extremely low temperatures. You guys would say you had alarms went off for a number of schools. Is that correct?
School by school base. So each school has their own separate page and have their own separate alarms. So for instance, if I say Whitlock went off,
right,
that will constitute a checking, whether it's visual, or if it's visual and we still see an issue, then a technician, either BPO or a contractor, will go out.
Okay, and when you said there's an outside party monitoring, at what point are they monitoring? At what point are you all like alerted?
They monitor on a regular basis, but we're talking about 117 schools. So,
Yeah.
they do the best that they can under the circumstances, which is normally a good turnaround time.
Yeah.
But at the same time, they do ping us to let us know that, hey, it's an issue going on. It's an emergency, whether or not it's just a false alarm. Sometimes if you get spikes in the system through high demand electrical, that will send the system into a term to say it's an issue, and it's really not it.
Got it. And why is it an outside party monitoring?
Well, it's a combination. Many of these buildings are also monitored by DGS's boiler plant operators. They typically work on weekends, even still, to check their schools. So it's a combination of both. We look at the systems, and also our employees do do checks as well.
So I guess I'm trying to decide, is this an automatic monitoring and alert process, or is it not automatic? Is it?
Well, it's both. So still, you you have temperature readings that are read in that built-in automation system, right? But because we're dealing with high pressure boilers, there's still checks that happen evenings and weekends, right? So some depending upon the class of boiler, or sometimes building conditions, you still check those, right? So I think that nothing beats a live person there. So they work and they work in tandem, both the
Okay.
system and our on-site monitoring.
Is there room for improvement in us sort of taking this from outside party monitoring to inside party monitoring? Is that a solution?
I think now that one can replace the other, I think you have to have both in tandem. Meaning you have to have a building plant operators and you have to have HVAC engineers and the like, and then also you have to have systems. I think for the most part they are in alignment, but I think you need both for a healthy system.
Okay. Is there any reason why why can't it all be automatic and operators get alerts when issues arise?
Well, they do. There are alerts that trigger an in-person inspection.
And who's doing that in-person inspection?
Typically, it'll be a combination of DGS staff or
Okay.
boiler plant operators. At times, it could be a contractor if it's a known issue,
Got it.
but it's always typically in coordination with DGS staff.
All right. I guess my idea is that this could be an area where we could make some improvements to yield better results.
I think it's something worth exploring.
Okay.
Mhm.
I want to ask just quickly about you all mentioned some work orders were requested for spaces within ASHRAE standards, but were not comfortable for occupants. What happened to those work orders? Are they rejected, approved, and closed?
No, it's typically, so when you're in the midst of an emergency, if a temperature reading is, let's say 71 degrees in said school, right, but it's reported as not comfortable, that's not necessarily an emergency. An emergency would be a school without heat,
I know,
right?
so
of
what
course-
do you do with the work order? Because say you were saying, what school?
So like I think
Langdon, for example, if it was just that the classrooms, they met the ASHRAE standards, but you were getting reports because it was just not comfortable thermal standards. I'm just wondering, what does that work order result in? What would the team do with that? Would they mark it?
So in this instance, Gilbane, as the building is under warranty, responded immediately, right? Contingencies were in place, and it took a few weeks to get that system back up and running. Correct me if I'm wrong, Jim, but ultimately we adjusted set points, and the geothermal wells are now functioning as correct. So there is a process, and in that instance, there was an immediate reply by the contractor.
That was for Whitlock.
Mhm.
Sorry, she said Langdon, but in the most recent buildings, so we've actually, even schools that aren't on this list, when we've gone back to do checks for warranty items, they're voicing to us that they're concerned about the general temperature around 70 not being warm enough. So we have shifted set points higher. We've also changed the schedules. In the case of the week where it was really cold, we changed it to 100% all day and all night to keep the temperatures at a higher level, because
Okay.
it actually would cost us more energy to bring it back up than to let it cool. Whereas in normal temperatures, you can do that. You can let the building cool and raise it back up and use less energy. So we've actually recently changed set points and changed schedules. So it starts to heat up sooner. That was one of the, actually in Whitlock, one of the main concerns they had was the first thing in the morning, the building was not warm enough. So we had the system turn on sooner in the morning. So by the time, because they were coming in earlier than most schools at 7, it was warmer by then.
Got it.
And then also keeping it on later at night because they were also staying later than our typical schedule. So
Got it.
that varies, I would say, quite a bit school to school, because some are, coming in a little bit later and leaving, but some have long aftercares and heavily occupied aftercare. So adjustments, we would love to have a standard across all the buildings, but different schools have different needs.
So let me ask you this. If a work order for 71 degrees is requested, is it approved or rejected?
No, it's approved. Yeah, it's approved. It's not closed out. Again, the priority level, in Whitlock's case, it was immediate. In other cases, it may take some time where those set points are adjusted, but it is accepted. And when it's possible to adjust that temperature, that set point, that is done. Can you go into detail, Donnie?
I was gonna bring up Langdon, but what else would you like me to add regarding?
Adjusting set points.
Well, the classroom has the ability to adjust the set points to 2 degrees up or down. At 72 degrees, we will look at that work order as a routine, and investigate to see if
Got you.
everything is in place. And then if it's within range and there are no additional issues, we will, mark it complete.
Got it. Okay.
And we will explain why we're marking it complete.
Gotcha. And so, would you all say, I mean, would you say DGS standards are purely on temperature ranges and not occupant comfortability?
I would say so. It's specifically our targets, which are within ASHRAE standards.
And I would just say that that's important because you have to have some objective criteria. Right now,
Agreed. You have to.
right, you have to, because
There's no way.
72 degrees is cold for some, it's too warm for others. So there is a level of objectivity to this,
Oh, for sure.
a subjectivity to this, but that is the objective standard.
That's right. I like cold bedroom. My husband likes hot bedrooms. And guess what? Objectively, the objective is for me to get sleep. So
That's a
therefore,
great example.
a great example. 72 is where I reside. But in general, we have to have those. So I'm wondering, in those instances, I guess it's hard for it. Then in these instances, based on what you explained, I guess then from understanding certain schools, if work orders, or I guess if they're being entered when they shouldn't be, I guess that's more of like a training issue, I guess.
That is something I really would like to work on in the director's presentation. The turnover process, especially for new buildings, is heavily focused on like how a building operates, but not necessarily like how you feel in the building and how to expect to feel in a building. So that's definitely something I want to take on.
Great.
Our partners at Perkins Eastman put together this kind of do's and don'ts list for the previous net zero projects that they had that were handed out to schools, and I found those really helpful. They were
Yeah.
also about indoor air quality. Don't bring in new things. Don't bring in furniture that might have VOCs in them. It impacts the air quality in a room. So I think taking on something like that at all new school modernizations when they deliver is definitely in my future to implement.
Got it. I think that's important across the board, just some of that training and having that, if that could go a long way in improving what we're seeing.
Yeah, we even have issues, frankly, with thermostat operation. At Whitlock and actually a couple of the other schools, people were accidentally putting their room into unoccupied mode, not realizing it.
Okay.
So the system shut off, and then, an hour later, they're like, it's freezing. It's like, well, yeah, it's off. So that was another hurdle we had to get through. So
Got
also training on even the simple things that you might not realize need to be there as future. Yeah. improvements.
Agreed. During public testimony, we heard from schools in which the heat is on but can't be controlled. This causes classroom temperatures to be too high in cold months. The other issue we have, does DGS consider too high temperatures just as serious as too cold temperatures during the heating season? And what does DGS do when a room temperature is too high without turning off the heat altogether?
Well, we will adjust temperature sets. We will treat it just like it would be extremely cold temperatures.
Okay.
We will go on site and we will adjust temperatures to try to bring it down. And that could be at the boiler, mechanical room, or sometimes it could be at the actual classroom.
Okay, and is that more difficult to do with hanging space heaters?
Hanging space heaters just produce heat. So we would be able to reduce the temperature on the actual hanging heater.
Okay, and then want to ask you about DGS. I think previously told this committee, DGS prioritized heating work orders as follows: 1, academic spaces; 2, cafeterias; 3 was gyms; and 4, auditoriums. Is that correct?
The priority levels?
Yes.
No, the priority levels 1, 2, and 3. If it's a tier 1, we have over 50% of the building is down. If it's a tier 2, it's a couple big box spaces, like a gymnasium or auditorium. And if it's 3, it's a few classrooms that need attention.
Got it. Okay.
Those are our tiers.
Those are your tiers.
Yes,
And is this a written procedure across the board?
it is.
Okay,
It is.
got it.
And Councilman, I don't want to interrupt you, but I do want to correct the record on
Go ahead.
Langdon.
Gotcha.
So Langdon did come in as an emergency after we investigated the issue and put in contingency heating. It was 22 units that we put into the building. And once we assessed the situation, understood the part that was needed, it was reprioritized as a routine. So the system, the public system is accurate with its current priority level as a routine work order. But in fact, as of today, that work order has been completed and it's awaiting DCPS verification.
Got it.
In order to be closed out.
Got it. I want to discuss, skip over and discuss contingencies. Is it DGS or DCPS decision whether to increase the school's electrical capacity to allow for additional non-efficient heating contingencies?
We would make that, well, DCPS would depend on our recommendation. And in several instances, I think I referenced, I think it was Cleveland, where we have had to upgrade their electrical systems. I think in the instance of Cleveland, we upgraded the transformer and some of the electrical panels to be able to accommodate contingencies and that new load demand. So DCPS we would discuss it, but ultimately they'll depend on our recommendation.
Got it. Because sometimes we see that happen where we can't put contingencies in place because we don't have the school doesn't have the electrical capacity. That's particularly to the schools that are on that PACE list who are awaiting modernization, where we can't do that. And I just was curious as to sort of when that decision is made and whether it was DCPS or DGS, but it sounds like from your answer, this is a combined decision.
It is. It is.
Okay. How many space heaters and ceiling hanging heaters does DGS have in its portfolio? And does DGS have a sufficient unused stock of heaters, or did the agency have to purchase additional ones?
We do from time to time have to purchase additional. At any given time, we can have 200 to 300 hanging heaters on hand with the ability to purchase as needed. Where we can repurpose and pull hanging heaters so that we don't unnecessarily spend those dollars on new ones, we do take that opportunity.
I think J.L. Wilson was a good example. When they closed for their spring this December, we removed those hanging heaters to redeploy them. And then also we stripped the boiler in that building for spare parts. So we're constantly harvesting contingencies and other measures to meet that need.
Are contingency heaters considered an operating or capital cost?
They're typically operating. So for contingencies, yeah.
Okay. During public witness testimony, we heard concerns about the level of sound from heating contingencies. In some cases, the machines are so loud that educators are forced to choose between comfortable temperatures and effective instruction. Does DGS assess and mitigate the noise from heating contingencies, and if so, how?
Absolutely. The hanging heaters don't typically make a lot of noise. If it's making a noise, it's usually because there's an issue and we can swap it out. But they are relatively very quiet. I have heard that concern about spot coolers that can be a little bit louder, right?
You know, I hate this. Anyway, we're not in the cooling time yet. I want to ask, what is the average useful life of a gas boiler? Does it significantly vary depending on when it was installed?
It could vary. It depends on the type of boiler or the manufacturer, but typically can last between 10 to 20 years with the proper PM.
Got it. So an older boiler probably can between 10 and 20 years. And then is that a newer boiler, would that be different sort of, or all of that's 10 to 20 is about the standard for our gas boilers?
I want to say as of this January 1st, we're now replacing boilers with electric boilers, right? So that's a part of a condition of the Climate Commitment Act. So now we're using electric boilers. And can you talk about how those function maybe differently from gas powered?
Yeah, so when we are coming up against changing out gas boilers now, we're moving where we can into heat pump boilers, which rely on outside temperature for the heating and cooling system, sort of like an HVAC heat pump system that you would have. So that takes it off of gas, which is the goal of the Climate Commitment Act.
Got it.
Yeah.
Okay. And we had this discussion with DCPS earlier, and they were saying it's on you all. Sort of is cost ever a factor when you all decide whether to replace a boiler?
Absolutely. Our first attempt is to bring it back online. If sometimes we have to replace tubes, because they're leaking tubes inside, the boiler. We do everything we can to repair it. Once we see that we've had several repairs and it continues to fail, at that point within facilities, we begin to consider if this should be a replacement. That can be extremely expensive and take a hit on our budget. So what we tend to do is work with capital construction division and through our budget team to look for capital dollars to replace the boilers in entirety. And that's something that we're actually in your ward and at Coolidge, we've been working on at this time.
Got it.
And the 15 boilers that were cited for replacement on slide 14 is an example of that, where DCPS and DGS worked in consultation. We gave them our assessment of those boilers, that they were beyond their useful lifespan.
Yep.
Capital request was created and funded, hence those 15 projects specifically.
Got it.
I would say we would potentially also deploy multiple paths. So fixing a boiler for an immediate concern will happen much faster than replacing it. Even doing an emergency boiler requires permitting processes,
Got it.
ordering, bringing it in. Whereas a fix, if we can get it done quickly, we'll bring that back online much faster. So we could be doing that at the same time as also planning a replacement.
And I would say a non-school example that's probably high priority would be the boiler system at DC Jail and on Hill East. That system is currently, we're in a capital project to do a full boiler replacement, but right now it's being operated by temporary boilers. They are costly, but it has actually performed better during this interim period than the former system.
Got it. I'm getting to this because I want to bring it up around Whittier. Sort of, what if it's an older boiler and we have to wait for parts? Then Whittier, and the fix isn't always quicker. Why don't we just go ahead and replace, especially when we know they're older boilers? So some of those parts probably not even may or may not be made anymore, or it just takes a long time to get.
I would like to explore the utilization of temporary boilers for aging facilities, similar to what we did with Burroughs. Again, we utilized the boiler from Garfield in Ward 8 for Burroughs. Garfield, of course, is a new school. When we closed that school for modernization, we used that boiler at Burroughs as a temporary holdover until the new boiler was installed. And similarly, we closed Burroughs at the end of this year, right? That's a brand new boiler. We'll use that boiler someplace else. So we've done that before, and I think it's worthwhile to have a conversation of exploring more temporary boiler installations.
Right.
Ideally, that process will begin during the summer. So when we get to the colder temperatures and certainly extreme temperatures, that contingency is in place. Like now, as an example, the boiler is 20 years old.
Right.
Even with the best PM, it's just at the end of its lifespan, and that helped to inform its placement on PACE-ACT, those critical systems. But again, a 20-year boiler is a 20-year boiler.
That's what I'm saying. I think we already know the schools that are on track, about to be modernized, waiting for modernization, 20-year-old schools. We already know what's going to happen when it's extremely hot and when it's extremely cold. Like, we already know what's about to go down. So before it even goes down, I just don't understand why we don't come in and just do what needs to be done, so we're not going back and forth, because it's frustrating when parents are like, when I'm like, they're waiting on a part. Well, they're waiting on a part. We'll let you know they're waiting on a part. Like, parents don't want to hear they're waiting on a part. You know what I mean? And you wouldn't want to hear it if it was your school, your child's school either.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think that it's a conversation we should have about contingencies for dated facilities that are pending modernization. And a number of the schools we've discussed today, from Burroughs to Knoll to Whittier, all sort of fit.
They're all in this same group.
Yeah, they're all in that same group. So I think it's a conversation we'd
Besides
like to have.
Cleveland.
Say that again?
Cleveland is not on the PACE.
Yes.
So
Which one?
Cleveland is not on the PACE. They're the only ones that aren't slated for a modernization. So I think we should consider looking at a small capital project there if we continue to have issues or
Okay.
more significant replacement.
Roosevelt, what are we gonna do about Roosevelt? I mean, I could go through my questions, which is talk me through what Roosevelt HVAC project was done over the summer. I know you did work over the summer. I know you've done work over the summers. I know Roosevelt has a heating replacement project for upgrades in buildings B and C, and that's supposed to be maybe a temporary solution. What is the permanent solution to Roosevelt?
I would say those are hopefully permanent solutions for
Oh,
the
so-
system.
Okay, so
Um,
you're viewing those, the replacement project for the upgrades in buildings B and C to be permanent solutions?
Yeah, that's the goal.
Okay,
It is, I would say, as we've kind of talked about a little bit here and there, VRF systems are one of the more difficult to keep online. And we've learned from that mistake. We do not put VRFs in any more buildings. I have many people that ask me when we bring on modernizations because it is significantly more cost effective upfront to do VRF systems than it is to do water source heat pumps. But that's why we've moved to the standardization of water source heat pumps, and that's the only thing that we allow now
got it.
for modernizations.
Well, the only reason I'm skeptical because this summer, I think we were supposed to do the summer capital project was, I think, supposed to be a permanent solution, and then we realized.
For portions, yeah, for what was able to get done over the summer. Yeah.
And then that didn't really work out well.
Yeah.
So I don't want to, I guess, how confident are you all that the replacement projects for buildings up B and C are actually a permanent fix, or actually a permanent solution?
I don't know if I could give you honestly a level of confidence. We're learning how difficult, not learning, we know how difficult the VRFs are to keep online. So I think it's just going to be continuous commissioning and monitoring there as like an ongoing solution.
See, I don't think it's going to work.
Yeah.
I just want to be honest. So I just want to know what, I can give you the opportunity to try, and then we can come back here and we could be angered. We can all be angry a year later, and Roosevelt could be angry, and we could do this dance.
Mm-hmm.
Is there another, what's the, what's another permanent solution?
I mean, a more significant solution would be a replacement of the pieces inside the building. There is already a geothermal well field there. That is how water source heat pumps also collect their heat from the ground.
Got it.
So switching to the more modern, the systems that we are putting in our buildings now.
And would that
be
require
quite
you to,
significant though.
would that require, is that the part that would require a full modernization?
It wouldn't, I mean, not a full modernization,
But-
but of the HVAC system.
Yeah.
Yes, in the building. Yeah. But it would rely on the existing geothermal.
Understood. You want another round? Yeah, that's fine. Yeah. Okay, so when is so we're gonna try this, Director, I guess we're gonna try the replacement HVAC upgrades in buildings B and C?
That's right.
And when are we gonna, what's the timeline for that?
I believe that works this summer.
That's this summer.
Yeah, I believe so. I'll have to double check though.
Okay. I want to ask, is there a point when we're going to say like this system cannot be repaired? And if so, what is that? What is that point?
I think after this latest round of this project that we have planned this summer, I think that'll be a good time to check in and see if it's been sustained or we have to do something different.
Okay. All right. I think you heard me ask those of the contractor witnesses that DGS brought that, and I believe the consensus was that it's possible to replace Roosevelt's RF system without a full modernization, but it may possibly require a replacement with another VRF system.
Not VRF.
Not VRF.
Not VRF.
Got you. That's
We
what I
won't
wanna
be
make
doing
sure.
those any
Got
longer.
it.
Not for any new capital work.
Okay. Not considering cost or disruption to school, does DGS believe it's technically feasible to fully replace Roosevelt's HVAC system, and could a full replacement be done over a summer?
Probably not over a summer. It would
Okay.
probably be over multiple summers for a school of that size. Even for our smaller projects that we're doing, simple HVAC replacements at Davis, the swing site. We have one coming up at Meyer. Because of the level of disruption, we are doing those over 2 summers as well. And those are only elementary size schools. So I would imagine it would be several summers, unless there was a swing internally situation that was figured out within the school. But I know that they're pretty high on capacity levels.
So we're looking at probably the next, so we're saying if this next try that we're gonna do for the project doesn't work, we're looking at possibly 3 summers of having to do some work to get Roosevelt actually to its permanent solution.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay. I want to turn to Whittier, and I appreciate all the work and engagement DCPS and DGS has done for Whittier. However, a lot of parents and school advocacy has happened, and I just want to know, sort of, during testimony, we heard about the current low temperatures at Whittier despite all of DGS efforts to raise temperatures. Is there something about Whittier, given its age, that makes it more difficult to keep spaces heated?
Well, I mean, it does have an antiquated system, and I know it's on the modernization schedule. But you know, we've done our very best to heat the system, but we did experience some extremely cold temperatures. And so the modernization will be key.
Given Whittier has another year to go, what is the plan for the HVAC system? I guess, given the infeasibility of making major repairs for a building that won't be occupied in 18 months, is DGS only installing contingencies? Is there anything else that can be done?
I think we would look at contingencies. I know in the instance of Kelly Miller, we installed a temporary chiller, and that was used for a summer until, as a bridge until we installed a full chiller. Jenna or Doc, I'm not sure if there are any other long.
Well, I just mean for Whittier, like, what
interim.
can we
That's right.
say, what can we say to Whittier parents and families about getting them to their modernization day?
I have to look into that specifically. I know for, Doc, did you want to chime in? Mhm.
Yes, Doc. I was gonna say, yeah, we can investigate to determine if a temporary chiller would work in that space as we wait for the modernization to take place. But that's something that we've done in the past, and we definitely can, before we get to the cooling season, put that on the table to make something happen.
Okay. In addition to heating issues, I've also heard about the issues with air quality. In Whittier's case, largely due to mold. But I've heard from other schools about air quality concerns as well that seem to stem, I think, from non-functioning HVAC systems. I appreciate you guys, your responses about air quality, the initial responses you provided in the performance oversight pre-hearing questions. I guess I just want to understand, with the situation at Whittier, I'm sure you heard the testimony. They were told that there was no mold. Then there was independent assessment done. There was mold. Then there was a remediation of said mold. I guess now trust is a little bit broken, because if you tell me there's no mold in my child's classroom, and then we find out there is mold, and then y'all like, oh yeah, there is mold, and then we remediate it, you get where people are now not trusting that the air that their children are breathing in is is safe. And so what happened there? How did that happen, where they said there was no mold and then it comes back that there was mold?
Sure. Mr. Killian, if you could you walk the council member basically from October through to present?
Well, I'd actually like to, and I think we've done a good job of communicating, as the council member said, kind of the steps. We did a good job of, I think, informing the council and also, I guess, not so much the community. And hearing that testimony was very frustrating, even for me. And I understand that. I understand the frustration of that parent. The communication, there was a gap in communication, basically. In fact, we never communicate from our side, any of our reports. Mold is ubiquitous. It's everywhere. It exists within healthy buildings, right? It's in and around us now. And that is really why it's a comparative analysis between outdoor, mold concentrations and species versus what's indoor. That being said, in this case, we did reach out because there was some communication that went out to the school community that indicated that no mold was, I think it was no mold was found or something like that. And in fact, the reports actually indicated that no amplified mold was found, and that amplified mold growth is what is a result of that comparative analysis between outdoor and indoor spore counts. So that's really where the confusion came in, and it was a miscommunication that resulted in that mistrust. So that's kind of, again, it's very unfortunate it did take place, but from the professional side of things, we do not, and we don't say there's no mold, because again, it is something that does exist within our environment, and it's something that we work to. It's something that we work to, ensure that things are in appropriate ranges, so that there aren't problems within a building.
So now Whittier's had some mold remediation, if I'm correct, and after mold remediation is conducted, DGS takes air quality tests. Is that correct?
So how that always works is when we do our assessments, right? We first go in and we do a visual assessment for mold. If we see mold, we remediate the mold. There's no reason in testing if you see mold. It's no different than walking into for example, you go and walk into your shower and you want to go in to take a shower and you realize, you see some mold growth there. You're going to clean it up. You're not going to, oh, let me test to see if that's mold. You know what's mold. So it's the same kind of thing. And we use, we do use, independent certified industrial hygienists as well as certified mold inspectors on, to do all of this work. Everything's completely documented. And I'm sorry, what was that? I'm beginning to go on a tangent. What was I? Where was I going with that?
The steps and then also testing.
Oh, the testing afterwards. That's right. So, anyway, so what we do is after we do perform a remediation, right? So we see there's mold, and that's something you wouldn't do in your shower, right? But if we see it, that is when we would then test to make sure that and do that comparative analysis to ensure that the environment is safe and there aren't any species that need to be addressed, or if they're too high of a count, we have to do some additional work to deem the place safe for reacting.
Got it. Because I'm wondering if repeat tests would be helpful or necessary. So part of remediation is air purifiers. Is that a part of it?
So some of our response, you mean, some of the things that we do, you're right. We place air scrubbers, and where we use HEPA, it's large HEPA filtration units that we place.
And so if a test is taken shortly after the air purifier is taken away, I guess the effects of the air purifier may be affecting the results. Would that be true?
So that part of cleaning the space is is actually one of the recommendations is to run air scrubbers to basically clear the air to assist the HVAC system in getting the additional spore count down and into back into an appropriate range.
So what I'm saying is after you all do that part, do you go through the process of retesting?
If it's warranted, yes.
So make sure that it's all out.
Well, again, as long as you're right, you're not going to get rid of all of it, right?
Right. I mean, that's what I was saying.
Right. Correct.
A healthy.
So as long as everything is found to be healthy, we don't have to test again, right? We remediate, we test to prove effectiveness of that remediation. If it comes back that additional remediation is necessary or additional steps are needed, we take those steps, then we test again. Yes, we test again if it's necessary. Does that make sense?
I just don't know if you will ever think it's necessary. Because
yes.
if you don't.
Yes, absolutely. Because again, it's based on the results, the analytical results of the spore counts. Again, that comparative analysis between the indoor and outdoor.
What is the gap of time between when air scrubbers are removed and testing is done? And would it make sense to wait a week or two for the remediation to settle?
So yes, to answer your question, yes. I mean, it is a method, but that's not the standard practice.
Okay. Can we make that the standard practice?
Look at it. Yes. We can look into it.
We can review it, and I think the issue here is the recurrence And so we're looking into the water intrusion in the facility. I know there's some areas that probably need some brick repointing, especially around the cafeteria area. I've walked that space. Sometimes it's coming from a window ledge. These are all issues around the age of the building. But where we can reinforce and protect from water intrusion, we will, to try to mitigate the recurrence of it. It's very hard to do until it's fully modernized.
Got it.
The other thing there too, just to further, in addition, you know, when we're talking about the findings, the building envelope being one, the other are the unit vents. You know, the unit vents in the building are also leaking. When our commitment is from the EHS standpoint, we have teams going into Whittier every week checking, and if we're seeing something, we're remediating it, and you know, and we're keeping a log. So that is our commitment, right, to make sure that we can maintain that until the fixes, whether it's the building envelope is fixed or these HVAC units are replaced. We're going to continue to be there week after week from the EHS side.
Got it. Director, I'm going to ask, I know the chairman already touched on this, but, and I understand you all, OAG, DGS does have the authority to waive attorney-client privilege, so the chairman and I can be provided information we are looking for about why the district did not pursue legal avenues available to hold contractors accountable and possibly reclaim tax dollars that were spent on an HVAC system that has not worked in over 12 years. What was the reason that we did not want to pursue, that we did not pursue the legal avenues here?
Again, I think at your request, the auditor instructed, or maybe in consultation with the committee, the auditor instructed that we consult with OAG to determine if we could present a claim. And OAG's analysis was that a claim would not be successful before CAB. So that was the guiding. That was that is what guided that decision.
Got it. And I guess the question is, if we let them get away with, or all parties involved get away with what I think was a huge mistake from when we handed the building over, knowing in retrospect and not having everything there, I guess, is the agency going to be more vigilant and aggressive in further potential claims? Because I don't want it to be that, because right now to the public, it seems like, oh, well, if we pay $120 million for a new building and it doesn't work, oh, well, taxpayer dollars pay for it. Let's all move on. Like, that can't be where we are as a city. And that's not the message we can't send to the public, that we're willing to waste dollars, their dollars, and not try to get those dollars back when there are clear and glaring, mistakes that were made.
I can speak more recently. When I say more recently, the past few years, as it relates to how we hold contractors accountable. In some schools like Bard, which was recently completed, there was extended warranties. We are enforcing our warranty policy. I think Whitlock was an example. That work was no cost to the district. That work was absorbed by Gil Bain. General contractors that build facilities are now in our Salesforce system. They see tickets and they are dispatched immediately. We do not pay for faulty work. More recently, there are a number of claims that we do reject that go, some are resolved before going to CAB. Others, I think there have been a number of steps to improve accountability, and the public should have full confidence in that. And I think Whitlock, again, is a more recent example, but there are others where if it's not right, general contractors have to get it right. And they have an incentive because they won't get work with us again.
Okay. So I appreciate the steps that we're making moving forward and not going in that direction. So the why, should I assume that why is what the chairman said, basically?
And what was that?
That we didn't pursue legal action because you all would have had to expose your own mishaps and faults.
I, I don't believe that to be, I don't believe that to be true.
Because
That,
nobody will tell us why we're not pursuing, like, we just genuinely want to know why we did not pursue legal action here.
again,
And
OAG's,
nobody will tell us.
OAG's guidance was that it would not be successful. The claim would not be successful if
Got it.
presented before CAB. So that is, that is what guided that decision. I think that we're more than happy to formally discuss with OAG, maybe a more detailed explanation that we can submit to council.
Okay.
I'm certainly, I think it's a conversation that we will have with OAG, and we'll be happy to follow up with the committee about.
Okay. I appreciate that because we're going to continue to get questions about why. And I think it's just important for there to be some answer that the public can lean on. But I think your further actions that you've been making now show I think, intentionality behind wanting to hold contractors accountable if necessary when we have these issues occur.
I wanted to point out, even for our operating, our non-capital repairs, there is a warranty for those repairs as well. We don't pay, and if you're called out within a certain time frame, typically 30 to 60 days after repair, the vendor has to recomplete that compare. In some instances, the individual components of that repair, there's a warranty associated with those, in many instances that last for upwards of a year. So there are additional protections that we have in place. And again, what I can say is what our commitment has been strategically is we've standardized the air source heat pump systems that we use. We no longer use VRF. We're now using geothermal wells and air source heat pumps. So I think that we've been able to correct many of the of some of those design elements that led to our problems that we've experienced in facilities.
I do just want to add that we also added a team member to the school CCSD team that his sole responsibility is warranty follow-up.
Great.
So when Truesdale delivers this summer, he'll be very acquainted with the staff there and he'll be there regularly checking in on warranties being completed by the team, and he follows up with them on a regular basis to make sure work is getting completed.
Great. I think those are all the questions I have. Chairman, do you have any further questions?
I would just note that it's clear to me that the Attorney General advised DGS why an appeal to the CAB was not, would probably not be successful. So DGS has that information if they want to share it. I have no further questions.
Okay.
I think that's going to conclude this hearing. Can I just say the record is open until 5 p.m. on Wednesday,
February 26th.
February 26th.
All right.
The time is.
Thank you to all of our public and our government witnesses. This concludes today's joint public roundtable with the Committee on Facilities and Committee of the Whole on heating and indoor air quality failures in District Columbia Public Schools. As the chairman said, for the public, if you would like to submit written testimony for the record, please do so by 5 p.m. on Wednesday, February 26th, by uploading your testimony to the council's hearing management system. The time is 6:21 p.m. and this hearing is adjourned.
Thank you.
Thank you.